sometimes happens uh, that you are preparing an important speech at the beginning of a conference. The conference starts several minutes after, and all you have to say is the following. All those who will need the services of simultaneous interpretation, please be aware that first channel is Ukrainian language, second channel is English language.
The first channel on your headsets is for Ukrainian, it's in blue, and the second channel is in English, it's in red. Ця конференція
This conference has been organized by the Reanimation Package of Reforms Coalition in partnership with the Center of Policy and Legal Reform and Democracy Reporting International within the framework of the project Ukraine Dare, which is implemented with the financial support of the Federal Foreign Office of Germany. The opinions and views expressed during the event do not necessarily reflect the position of the Federal Foreign Office of Germany. But these opinions and views reflect the opinions and the position of those who will address you. When I came here, I was suggested to write a few words to add something of my own for this big book, and it was a great task. I was trying to decipher RPR, which would mean moving towards victory together. You are all those who ensure our joint victory, which is not easy at all, but your experience and what you're doing is very important for the world. Of course, the word lesson is in Ukrainian similar to the word bring bad consequences, but so Ukraine has to teach new lessons for those who follow us. We will work in a safe space, so even if you do not mute your phones and get the signal of air raid alert, it won't make any changes. We will stay here. Now it's time for introductory remarks. We will listen to them attentively. And first of all, I would like to give the floor to the Vice Prime Minister for European and Euro-Atlantic Integration of Ukraine, Olga Stefanishina. Dear colleagues, participants, thank you for the invitation and for the honor to speak in front of you today, even though I'm doing it online. First of all, I would like to emphasize that we Ukrainians, unfortunately, as no one else, understand that building democracy is decisive for our future, and I think we all understand that it's a precondition for our existence as a country which faces existential threat. We have to understand that today every step we take towards functioning of Ukraine as a democracy is necessary for our survival. Ukraine is a strong country in Europe. Our today's struggle with Russian aggression is first of all about confirming our choice, our vector of democracy and liberty. It allowed us to preserve full functionality of our state institutions and all the results of our country on the path towards the EU and NATO. Year after year, we were proving our choice of democratic values. That's something our authorities have to keep doing today because it reflects the will of Ukrainian people. Almost 11 years ago, Ukrainian citizens went to the streets to fight for their right to live in a free and democratic country. By Revolution of Dignity, we reaffirmed our choice of democratic and European future. This choice led to powerful social need to conduct reforms, and even despite the aggression, we remain faithful to this choice. Of course, full-scale invasion, which threatened our choice became a catalyzing force on the path of European integration. It demonstrated our resolve and readiness to be stable in the continent. After we submitted our application for European membership, we started our negotiations, and Ukraine takes specific steps to achieve the strategic goal of EU membership. In November this year, Ukraine will finish meetings under the first cluster dedicated to the fundamental freedoms and rights. These negotiations already brought huge results in improving anti-corruption infrastructure, international standards of human rights protection, and following these negotiations, Ukraine and the European Commission could see the capacity of Ukrainian democratic institutions, the capacity of Ukrainian authorities. We involved thousands and hundreds of people in this process. Now we are expecting a report which will help us to decide on future changes. We undertake a lot of work, even despite constant shelling and temporary occupation of some of our territories. We are waiting for this decision of the European Commission to focus on confirming the democracy, which is the basis of our existence today. Along with this struggle ensured by our armed forces of Ukraine, we have to understand that supporting a living, a vibrant democracy of Ukraine is a key element of our resilience. Let's not forget that 93% of citizens want Ukraine to become a full-fledged functioning democracy inside the European Union. Since the start of the full-scale invasion, this indicator remains at the same level. The government, the citizens of Ukraine, the civil society, everyone works for the same goal, for Ukraine to become part of safe and peaceful Europe. And even in times of war, we prove that we become stronger. Unfortunately, the experience of Ukraine is also a lesson for the whole world. Our capacity to transform during the war, to support the democracy, is our strength. But at the same time, it is a big requirement for other countries who undergo their own challenges. I would like to thank you for the fact that even despite these difficult conditions, we have the opportunity to discuss democracy and freedom. We have the opportunity to do everything for democracy and liberty to remain in this country, which means that we do a lot for our victory. Thank you for that, and glory to Ukraine. Glory to heroes. We are waiting for the decision of the European Commission, as Mrs. Stefanishina said, but what we are doing has an impact on this decision. And one of our main institutions, the Parliament of Ukraine, plays a key role. Alexander Kornienko, First Deputy Chairman of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, please. Esteemed guests, Viktor Andreevich, ladies and gentlemen, dear ambassadors, dear colleagues, we often meet during different events of this kind and other events, and we often see each other in the parliament. We discuss laws, we discuss amendments to laws, and we work together for democracy in Ukraine, to bring positive lessons only. Of course, not everything is perfect, and there are things we still need to work on. We should use the conclusions of the report we could see in the recent day. We have something to say as a response. We will have a fruitful dialogue with our colleagues, and I would like to interpret all of these events what was also said by Ms. Stefanishina as a main negotiator of Ukraine. And these are all events that approach us to the EU accession, to the victory in this horrible war against Russia. I would like to say that one of the lessons we keep um, mentioning in the parliament, on behalf of the parliament, during similar events in Europe. I recently participated in the Forum 2000 in Prague, and I was saying that our main lesson is that we do not wish anyone else to have the same experience, making pauses while air raid alerts sound during air attacks. We do not wish this number of deaths to anyone. I wish no one would have such experience when the martial law and the limitations of human rights last for almost 3 years. These are the things we would like to discuss with the world, but we would like to understand what has to be done in Europe and in our country to avoid that in future. The latest events of recent years show that democracies are vulnerable, and obviously we have to invest more resources and its protection. And it's not only about Ukraine, not only about us. The world and democratic Western order, Western values, world values are put under doubt, and autocracies come together. They do it better than us, they are faster than we are, and we can see the results of their joint operation. We can see the soldiers of the North Korea in Ukraine, and we are also familiar with the sound of Iranian drones. These are global issues, and we have to move from local to global. We have to do something here and now so that democracy in Ukraine keeps thriving, even despite the martial law. We need to be able to participate in discussions to find common view, and we would like democracy in Ukraine to keep living, and it is only possible if our country exists. So I would like to thank all the partners and all the servicemen on the front line. We need more assistance to develop democracy in Ukraine. And finally, I would like to confirm the words of Andrei. Democracy is a place where it has to happen. Over the course of the last year, we've had great improvements, which was mentioned by the European Commission report. It's the draft law on democratic consultations, and we still have some tasks. I remember about that, and I promised that we would propose a draft law about public consultations in the Parliament of Ukraine, and we will do that shortly with the colleagues who keep working for parliamentary reforms. We also have some achievements as to the openness of local self-governance bodies. It was also mentioned in the European Commission report, and we still have things to work on in the area of media, but at least for now the journalists are able to be present in the premises of the Verkhovna Rada. I think that the year 2025 will become yet another year of achievements. We are very grateful to our partners of different institutions who cooperate with the Parliament of Ukraine on strengthening the democracy, and to our international partners, I would like to say that we are very grateful for the assistance, for all kinds of support, and we will work to open the next cluster next year, and be sure we will show a very high level of performing our commitments, and 1,000 of people works every day in Kiev within the screening process. So we are working. We understand that at this point there are people in trenches next to Pokrovsk and in other places. We cannot promise them anything else but living in a free democratic country, EU member. Thank you for this event. I wish you all fruitful discussions today. Alexander Korniyenko always lives with a round of applause. Everyone listens to him attentively during his speeches, and at least twice he referred to Dr. Katerina Maternova, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the European Union to Ukraine, underlining her importance for today's meeting and for Ukraine in general. Please, Ms. Katerina. Good day, happy to see you.
When I started, worked almost 10 years ago on matters related to Ukraine, I came across RPR. I came across the term Reanimation package of reforms, and it was a funny name, and we soon discovered that this was really an incredibly important coalition of think tanks, NGOs, and really people who became part of building the new Ukraine, the post-Maidan Ukraine. And it reminded me very much what we went through when my country, Slovakia, brought down the evil ex-Prime Minister Mečiar, voted him out, and there was simply in the new government not enough capacity, not enough reform knowledge in many, many areas. And we very similarly reached out and worked with a lot of think tanks. We organized anti-corruption strategy with activists and really tried to bring the official authorities together with the civil society. And this is happening, this has been happening in Ukraine. And this is really one of the biggest strengths, I believe, of Ukraine, is the strength of the civil society and the willingness of the authorities to actually work together. Alexander mentioned the process of preparing for the screening of the fundamentals chapter. Olga Stefanishina spoke about it as well. I mean, that was a major, major effort, and the government, the Rada, and the civil society and the professional community worked really hand in hand. I was a few days ago at the launching of the shadow report that was done on the fundamentals chapter by the civil society, and it was an incredible effort, and it was very much appreciated. And to hear Olga essentially saying that they take all the recommendations on board and that there is not really a big disagreement in the assessment is very, very reassuring. So I think that one of the lessons, one of the lessons about democracy during war and what are Ukrainians' lessons, one of them for me is very clearly the strength of the civil society and the ability to influence, play the watchdog role, play the expertise or fill the expertise gaps, or be a provider of civil services. Whatever is the area of activity is extremely important, and it's one of the key pillars of any democratic society. And I think that in some countries we actually look with envy at the strength of Ukrainian civil society. And the same thing goes for independent media. You spoke already today about, we spoke already today about the assessment by the European Commission. It indeed happened already. The video was shot before the report was published. It happened on Wednesday, on the 30th of October. And the report is very remarkable in how it is not remarkable, how it is sort of, it doesn't have bombastic revelations of failures. It doesn't have exceptionally huge achievements. It basically is a very solid assessment of all the work that has gone into moving closer to the European Union. And I'm very happy to say that, except for one area, which is very understandable, that's movement of workers, which during martial law and during war cannot possibly even be addressed. So except for this very understandable area, there has been movement and progress on every single other area of very complex set of requirements that come from the EU. There has not been any backsliding. Sure, there are areas where there is progress that is more pronounced. There are areas where there is less progress, but there has been progress on any single one of them. And this is great news, because it's actually, and that's the second lesson, it's remarkable that you are capable of reforming your country, your institutions, your laws, your processes, while fighting an existential war. I'm not sure that many societies would have that the steepest, the resilience and the determination to do that. And being democratic is very much at the core of moving closer to the European Union. Before the full-scale invasion, Ukraine could have been accused of many things. Corruption comes to mind, weak civil service comes to mind, many things one could accuse Ukraine of, but not being democratic, because the vibrancy of democracy is something that's inbred in the rebellious little bit spirit that Ukraine has. And sure, during martial law, there are curbs on liberties. We all have to be home by midnight. Men cannot cross the borders because they may need to be mobilized. I mean, there is objectively war puts democracy in a straitjacket. What is important, that it's done temporarily, that it's done only to the minimal extent necessary. And that's something that we very much closely watch, also from the side of the EU, that there is not a license to do excessive type of curbs on democracy. But I think that whether it's the RPR or many of your other comrades in arms from the civil society, whether it's the very pesky and dynamic media scene in Ukraine, or whether it's us closely watching international community, I think we will all be here looking after and making sure that we go through this really terribly difficult period for everyone, whether on the battlefield or off, because all of you are affected, or the difficult time for democracy because we have a war, that we go through it with determination to restore all the liberties as soon as it is possible, and with the perseverance and the determination to actually carry out the reforms that are possible to do also during the war to carry them out. So I would just like to really encourage all of us to keep doing the great job that we have all been doing to helping Ukraine go through the war effort, not only through the, Alexander was mentioning the billions of support or the military support or support to the economy, but also support to the pillars of democracy, whether it's, as we see it every day, whether it's in the Rada, whether it's in the civil society, whether it's among the Romadas and other self-government, or whether it's among the journalists. We are here, we are supporting you, we will keep doing it politically, financially, and I very much hope that next year enlargement report will be as good as this one, because it would mean that progress is happening. And in the meantime, I very much hope that the screening that is ongoing right now and going very well will be a good basis for the members of the European Union, member states of the European Union, to greenlight actual opening of the cluster of fundamentals early in the presidency of Poland next year. And Slava Ukraini.
Нова починала із усмішки, потім довго говорила.
She starts from the smile, and then she finishes with a smile. When the person is smiling, when she is satisfied with the work she is doing, this is what she asks. She would like to inspire us. Thank you, Mrs. Ambassador, for your smile. And I would like to ask another representative of international community, Martin Jäger, the extraordinary and plenipotentiary ambassador of Federal Republic of Germany. Good afternoon. I am glad to be here to.
Dear former President Yushchenko, dear Dr. Katarina, I'm very glad, dear friends, and dear organizers and representatives of many civil society organizations. I'm very glad to be here with you today, and I'm happy to say a few words at the beginning of this conference. Democracy during the war, democracy in war, war against democracy. This is the context of today's conference. And Russia's 10 years war against Ukraine, and especially since the full-scale invasion, is often seen as a war about territories. This is true, but it's only part of the truth. It is also and foremost a war of independence. Ukraine defending its right to make its own choices, choosing freedom, choosing democracy, choosing the rule of law, and choosing an accession and a membership in the European Union. 88% of Ukrainian people are in favor of Ukraine becoming a member of the European Union. This is really impressive, and I have nothing to add to the words the Deputy Speaker and Katarina just said about Ukraine's path towards the European Union. I could simply say we do not only, Germany and the German government, the German people, we do not only subscribe to that, we strongly support it. And we will go this long way with you from Kiev to Brussels together. We will come through Berlin, and this is a good message. We do it together. And finally, we will arrive in Brussels. The motto, the slogan of today's conference is a tricky one, a difficult one. In Western Europe, in Germany, we used to believe that war is something of the past. War is nothing for us. War is nothing my generation would experience in their lifetime. And when I have visitors coming to Kiev, visitors from Germany, we walk through the city and many of them say, "Oh, I'm really impressed. This is fantastic. Kiev is a city like Berlin." And I tell them, yes, of course. Kiev is a city like Berlin. You walk down Jaroslavl Wall and you feel like being in Friedrichshain in Berlin. So it's very, very similar. It's a liberal, vibrant city. It's a modern city. And the message I give to my visitors from Germany is, look, Kiev is a city like we have one in Berlin, in Munich, in other places in Germany. And what can happen, and what happened to Kiev, that can also happen to German cities. Please keep that in mind. And this is why we are, in the western part of Europe, we are all well advised to learn from Ukraine. Is a modern democratic society willing and able to defend itself against an aggressor? Ukraine is the example. The success of Ukraine will be the proof. And a Ukrainian failure would have a tremendously negative impact far beyond Ukraine. The resilience of modern liberal states and societies in general would be put into question. This is exactly what it is at stake, and no need to lay out what the consequences of such a development would mean in detail. Germany does not only deliver arms and financial support to Ukraine, we are proud to provide institutions like DRI, the Reanimation Network, CPLR, with our support. Democracy, rule of law, and institutional reforms depend on each other, and we are happy to support institutions, organizations in Ukraine that make them functioning together. This is our goal, this is your goal, we share that, and we are proud that we can support you in this effort. You provided a very good, an excellent report. It's worth reading, this paper, I recommend that, and it includes valuable recommendations. We need confidence among voters that rule of law and democratic discussions, deliberations are not only words or slogans, but that this is reality in this country and that everyone can rely on that. This is the purpose of your conference, to just discuss about all these things. I wish you a successful, intensive, where necessary, controversial conference and discussions. We are happy to listen to your experiences and to learn from you. And if you wish, we are also happy to share some of our experiences and maybe advise you, but I'm not so sure we can advise you on all these matters. I think it's rather about learning from Ukraine. Thank you so much and have a successful conference.
Дуже дякуємо.
Thank you ever so much. Ambassador mentioned about 2 lessons, and Mr. Ambassador added 1 lesson. Actually, we will have the whole curriculum, and who will be involved, we will see. And I would ask Olgu Lemar, Executive Director of Reanimation Package Reforms. Congratulations, dear colleagues. when Ukraine faced the full-fledged invasion, reanimation package of reform, and with the help of democracy of reporting international Germany, posed a question: what kind of democracy is democracy during war? What institutions work during war? And what instruments of democracy are involved? After full-scale invasions, we do not only investigate these matters, we say that Ukrainian keep its democracies. We do understand that in these hardships, in this fight, international partners support us. And I would like to make this debate more intense today, and I would like to make it more provocative, posing a question whether the democracies are more stronger than autocracies, whether the David will conquer the Goliath. What is our force and what is the force of our enemy? There are many presupposed cases about democracies, saying that they are more people-oriented. But I do believe that democracies are stronger. The coalition of reanimation package of reforms started from Maidan spirit, and we do not only about rigid documents, about rigid reforms. We speak about the dignity of a person, dignity of the reforms and democracies. The coalition started the huge discussion which will encompass different views on the same questions, and we ask our combatants, historians, philosophers to find the answer towards this provocative question: how democracy may win this war. I wish we will find the right ways. So thank you to the Center of Political Reforms, Democracy Reporting International Germany. Thank you to our combatants, to militaries, where we have many colleagues of ours for their fight for Ukraine and for their fight for democracies. And I would like to honor those who perished with a minute of silence.
Дякую. Слава Україні.
And here, the Center of Democratic Reporting International Assessment was very proper done. And here we have the co-head of the reanimation package of reforms. Dear Mr. President, dear Chairman, dear Ambassador Martin, Ambassador Katerina, congratulations. Mr. Martin, thank you for Germany, to support of our project with DRI. We started to communicate on 2022 when the full-scale invasion started, and the first event, you remember, Mr. Alexander, how the parliament was resilient during the war. And thank you to the parliament representatives, to the members of parliament, that during the first days of war, the parliament was resilient, and it made possible to keep democracies, that you shifted not online, but you preserve all the democratic forms, the steps of democratic processes. You shape them a bit, but all the steps and are preserved, and the legislation follows the democratic way, with some changes, with some updates, which are connected with the safety matters. Uh, and the company of media in parliament may be enlarged. But fortunately, they are at Grushevsky Street, where the parliament is working both in civil and war times. Thank you to the Germany Foreign Office to support us and to understand our concept. And we didn't have any doubts that Germany understood the ideas of democracies which should be preserved during the full-scale invasion, and we effectively used your funds to preserve the democracies. Mr. Ambassador, we have to follow your expertise, and we will have a trip tomorrow to the Ministry of Justice in Germany to communicate as to legislation activity, because we find your mechanism to be proper here, which is the framework for our members of parliament. And I hope that in no matter of time this law will be implemented, because much is said here about martial time. So thank you for your expertise. After Ms. Oля, the head of RPR, and as a co-head, I would like to reiterate that our coalition was born after Dignity Revolution, but this is the NGO company which was functioning during the war. It started from 2014, and for 10 years we have been developing as a coalition. And from the February 2022, there was a kind of rethinking. What are we to do? Are we to support combatants, or are we to do some civil issues with some hazardous safety matters? But we made pause. And the colleagues of ours from our council understood that we had the capabilities to focus on keeping the democracies. We know the dictator, and this is not autocracy, but dictator attacked Ukraine because of democratic development, the choice of Ukrainian people. This is what Olga Stefanishina spoke about, that 93% of Ukrainian people during Great Russian aggression choose democracies because they do understand that democracy matters. Under shellings, under attacks, but they still choose democracy. And Mr. Ambassador noticed 88%. But now Ukrainians say Euro-integrational movement matters. So we should move ahead Euro-integration. And from my party, as the enlargement package, we will focus on the partnership with the state to preserve democracies, not to have it back. And thank you to Mr. Alexander. I appreciate it for your idea to disseminate the civil consultation on members of parliament. I would use this possibility and ask the parliament not to make mistake and not to make a reanimation package of reforms lobbies, because in the committee the working group is very active, and business associations would like us to become lobbies. But during the war period of time, this is not the case. Much efforts uh, we should implement into democracies, but not into red tape. Thank you for those who are here, representatives of parliament, ministers. Together we will go ahead and we will save democracies, and we will conquer aggressor with their strange Russians orient. Or, thank you. Orientation. Thank you. And the representatives from REPR, we appreciate it, but you have this environment to improve. And I would like to invite Igor Kulyushko, the head of the CPR. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I unfortunately is on my halfway way to Berlin, where we will start with the parliament delegation on legislation to work from Monday, since Monday. But I would like to say a couple of words from the center of RPR as the organizer of this forum. Democracy for us, for the center of reforms, matters. This is the priority, this is the focus. And while existing for 25 years, we do our best to foster democratical processes in Ukraine. During the period of wartime, the democracies are limited, but democracy does not disappear, and it is very important to know where the limitations are, and where the democracies are narrowed. Unfortunately, we we have it in our society. That's why this forum is a very good opportunity to discuss, to have disputes where democracy is to function during the war, where it should be a bit limited. For example, during the martial period, martial law, we do not have elections, and everybody agree on it. And sometimes it is not understood that why martial law is used for the special status of limitation for members of parliament for their political activity. There are some limitations in local self-governance. Yes, there are some places where the bodies of self-governance cannot operate, where the military centers should start their activity. But what about Varash city in Rivno? Is it okay with it? We can finish this idea with more examples. We cannot have referendums, local referendums during martial times, because in Ukraine there is no such laws, and the profile committee says that they are not going to view it. And there are many samples like that. And I hope that such situations like that will become the objects for discussion at the panels of our forum. And as the result of such discussions, we will better understand the importance of democracy during wartime and the limits of democracies, which we should agree to become more strong. And at the end, I would like to say thank you to our partners from Democracy Reporting Institute Germany for cooperation, and together we will make more useful things to defend democracies in Ukraine and in the world. And to those who support our activity, and to government of Germany, to the Germany Foreign Office, thank you.
Thank you. And now the floor goes to Michael Meyer-Rezent, Executive Director of Democracy Reporting International.
Hello, very good to see you all. I feel a bit in a position that a German comedian once described when he said, "Everything has been said, but not by everyone." So I think I can largely subscribe to everything colleagues have been saying already. I would just like to add perhaps Yulia Kirishenko. She mentioned that we started this work in 2022. I came to Kiev with colleagues in September of that year, and it was a very impressive visit, I have to say. Like Ambassador Jäger mentioned, you come to Kiev, this proud, old, vibrant city full of traditions and a long history, and it feels like there's normal life, and at the same time it's not normal at all, because the city and the country are under lethal threat. And this threat, unfortunately, 2 years on, has not disappeared at all. It's as acute as it was in September 2022. And it's a threat, of course, not only to your territory, it's a threat to your language, it's a threat to your culture. And it's also a threat to your political system and to the traditions of Ukraine, which has a tradition of liberty, and it has a tradition of political pluralism. And it has a tradition, as the Ambassador Martinova mentioned, of a very strong civil society that often takes action when it's necessary. And this is all continuing. So defending Ukraine is also defending Ukrainian democracy. I agree with Ambassador Martinova that in the EU, sometimes we could take some inspiration by the ability of Ukrainian civil society to step up when the system is under challenge. The EU is influencing Ukraine a lot now in terms of political institutions, institution building, and I wish at some point it would go the other direction also, that European societies take inspiration from the way that Ukrainians sometimes take things in their own hand to defend their liberties. So I'm very motivated in this work. I hope to come back to Kiev very soon to discuss this further. Iyo Kulyushku mentioned the legal framework around this discussion of democracy in wartime. The European Union is often described as a union of law, and for us it was important that we anchor this report somehow in international law. And international law foresees, of course, that there are special situations like martial law, and that many rights must be limited. It cannot be done otherwise, but that there is a core of rights that is maintained and that remains intact, and a degree of checks and balances. And I think that's what our report is assessing here. And I hope this report is useful for the further discussion, and I'm very interested to hear the feedback today. So I want to finish by thanking very much our partners from the Reanimation Package of Reform, from the Center for Policy and Legal Reform, for the support by the German Foreign Office in this work. And last but not least, also my own colleagues from Democracy Reporting International, Stanislav Liashinsky, and the whole team who have worked towards this. I'm very grateful to all of you. I hope to see you next time in Kiev. Today I will be very eagerly listening to the debate online. Thank you very much and have a fruitful discussion.
Дуже дякую, пане виконавчий директор.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. We already mentioned democracy in times of war, but what we also have to discuss is democracy after the war. And what we are doing now will have an impact on what kind of democracy we'll have after the war. And of course, the president of Ukraine in 2005-2010 worked to develop the democracy back then, and I would like to kindly invite him to take the floor. Dear ambassadors, dear representatives of the government, representatives of the parliament of Ukraine, of non-governmental organizations, organizers of today's event. I'm incredibly grateful for the fact that I have a possibility to express my view on this topic within this important discussion. I am convinced that, first of all, we have to remember what our political predecessors started with. When in 10th, 12th centuries, Ukrainian writer Nestor, in his famous work, posed a very important question. It is a very brief question. What direction do you take? Where are we going? This question is relevant for the whole society. It doesn't matter whether we are talking about the generations of Middle Ages or the generators of Pereyaslav, Volhynsky, and other kings of Ukraine. This question was also there for Zaporizhia Cossacks or left bank and right bank Cossacks. The question was relevant for the hetmans of Ukraine, Ivan Mazepa in particular, as well as the great Ukrainians such as Taras Shevchenko and those who represented Ukrainian freedom movement or poets and artists. The question is always relevant. Ladies and gentlemen, where are we going? What's the agenda? If we understand the point that we are moving towards, we can definitely develop a roadmap to achieve that point. In 20th century, when we are speaking about high goals, we have to remember that Ukrainian nation announced its independence 6 times. 6 times. Today and before, there were no similar cases. One Ukrainian state existed for a day and a half, such as Carpathian Ukraine. I think we all remember that scene from the film voiced by Augustin Voloshin, and he was speaking in Ukrainian, announcing the 5 principles of existence of Carpathian Ukraine. And the state of Stepan Bandera existed for 3 days. On the 4th day, they were detained, not for a year, not for 2 years or 3 years, but until October 1944. Hetman Skoropadsky was a bit luckier. His state existed for 6 months and a half. The West Ukrainian People's Republic, Ukrainian People's Republic existed for some periods of time, but our today's independence have been lasting for 33 years already. That's the longest period of independence of Ukraine since the times of Kievan Rus, our first Middle Ages state. So, how to be successful, how to choose our goals, how to achieve them. I think these questions are highly relevant for us, especially today when we are again attacked. And before this war, we've had 24 wars launched by Russian Empire, then red fascism against Ukraine. Today we have the 24th war. So there are Putins in every generation there. So when we speak about possible breakthrough, possible goals for today's Ukraine, for our today's generation, let's probably start with the words of Taras Shevchenko. He is, without any doubt, an authority for us. We have to analyze his works, and he suggested to clarify what we have to be afraid of, what the source of the evil for us. When we understand that, it's easier to decide on the path we choose, and we have to avoid this evil. So he wrote a message for us, today's Ukrainians. He wrote, "My dear land, what is the God punishing you for? He's punishing you, and it's hard, for Bogdan and for Petro, full stop." With these words, the poet wanted to address the future generations and to say, "Dear Ukrainians, if you start studying history, please remember the evil in Ukraine comes from the fifth colony which exists in Ukraine, either as a political force or some businessman, no matter who represents this evil, but the source of it for Ukrainians is Moscow, is Russia. And we should not add to this some but. There is no but. It's Russia, full stop. So every step during the 20th century should help us avoid any mistakes today. And we might remember a simple and short motto of the 20th century. Let's avoid Russia. Let's flee from Russia. That's the policy we were adopting back then. And as soon as you learn about the source of the evil, you won't transmit the problems you live with to your children. What I'm saying is not only lesson from the 20th century. Other poets and artists talked about it during other times. So today, Moscow came again, and their philosophy is fascism. But what they're bringing is something very classic for them. And if we do not deal with them, we cannot dream about any victory. If you're Germans, French, Americans, I will now say something I wanted to say in the end. But remember that in politics, definitions are very important. If we clearly define who the enemy is, it's easy for us to make a plan. if we acknowledge the final point we are going to, we've already dealt with half of the way. So when we go back to that part of discussion I started with, the lesson for Ukraine is very simple. Dear Ukrainians, what we have on the agenda are several key points that will make the formula for your success. First of all, it's the national point. If 45 million of Ukrainians will be able to speak with one voice, they will be perfect. One Putin, two Putins, or three of them won't prevail. We will win everywhere. But we should study from what we've saw during the last 30 years when it comes to our national identity. If 45 million of Ukrainians become brothers and sisters to each other, if we are conscious about who we are, it's easy for us to answer the question how to prevail over our enemy. I will explain why. Why do you think small people in Vietnam with 17 million population prevails over the first army of the world? Is it because of their weapons? Because of the fighter jets? MiG-17? No, obviously not. So, what brought victory for these 17 million of people of Vietnam? The spirit, national spirit. But to achieve the victory, it took 10 years for them. Spirit only prevails in war. Of course, weapons are important, arsenals are important, etc. But if you do not have the spirit, which means that you do not understand who you are, your victory will be tough. So, when we say that what made North Korean nation strong, or what made Japanese people strong, or if we speak about German people, French people, Portugal people, they became strong because they understand who they are. Unite a nation is something possible when we agree on 7 to 10 principles. We might be united by a language. Never say that you do not care about the language you speak. Polish people will never say that. German people will never say that. A French person, anyone, no one will ever say that. Our poet Lina Kostenko wrote one day that nations die not because of heart attack, but because they lose their language. A language is the source of our spirit. We might then continue with the culture. Culture is an inspiration of our nation, but how did it happen that Tchaikovsky, representative of the so-called big Russian culture, or Anton Chekhov, who in his first biography wrote that he was born in a beautiful Ukrainian city, Taganrog. My native tongue is Ukrainian, I'm Ukrainian. Let's go to Kyiv and let's look for monuments to Ilya Repin, a big Ukrainian, and all the regions of Russia have monuments or buildings named after Repin. Why do not we Ukrainians create a monument to him in Kiev, cultural capital of Ukraine. At least I, as a citizen of Kiev, would like to have such a monument. Why can't we find a monument to Gogol in Ukraine? We can call them artists of world culture. Why are we so easy to give our heritage to Russia in this case? We should think about our heroes. We could find a place for uh, one of artists, but we still do not have monuments to Mazeppa in Kiev. We have one only in Poltava, dear Kiev residents. How could it happen so? Levko Lukyanenko spent 25 years in a concentration camp in Russia. Dear Kiev residents, can't you find a small space of 25 square meters for a monument dedicated to this person? Why are we afraid to find some space for a monument to Bandera? Why there is no space for a monument to Petlura? Do we have a memory of all these people? On Arsenalna Square, we can see a weapon of Muravyov, the weapon he used while shooting Ukrainians. And it was happening 30 meters from the parliament of Ukraine. What I'm trying to say is that the topic of identity, the topic of nation's integrity, which starts with a word, with a language, with memory, with culture, memory of heroes, and it goes to traditions and values. It's an integral part of a nation. Then, freedom and democracy. If you're looking for successful nations of the world map, you will find them where a national issue is addressed, where nations are a family, and where liberty is the main form of political order, because free people get inspiration from liberty. God made all of us capable, but lack of freedom deprives us of our capacities.
And the third question, which one should answer, and I like in particular what Margaret Thatcher said, and I speak about safety and defense issues they address to politicians, and she said, always in any country, in any nation, in political agenda, there is the question of defense and security, safety. If you don't answer this question, please do not take another issue. You do not need it. Nobody answer how to solve it, because you do not answer a simple question. Will we be alive tomorrow, like nation, like people? And another point, how to involve your interest, your economic interest, into the big world. One should go the pavement which is already done, which is already passed. The best project is the project of European Union, which leads us to perspectives, as well as the NATO project, which is very effective for 70 years, that no participant loses a centimeter of its territory. And we are convinced, if you have the models of the relations, such relations starting from the monetary, from the custom, it's better to have a balanced world, a balanced model, because it's better than the world of the economy. And I think at the end, I would like to say on the first, on the third, on the fourth issues, we did much. We passed successful road. As a nation, for 33 years, we became adults in terms of nation. And many complicated questions are already solved. Do you feel the synergy of Ukrainian nation? How Ukrainian nation influences the world? Because we create behavior, we create things which cannot be followed by other nations of Europe. As well as in democracies, we do not question this issue. So my understanding is that we come up to the generation of the civil society, and if Parliament decided on something which is not good for nation, in some days you will receive a yellow cards, like meetings, like strikes. If it won't help, Maidan will happen. Ukrainians know how to launch Maidans and how to support their policies. Really, we are a successful nation, we are a successful state, and this challenge of Muscovite Russian fascists, we will bridge this gap because we are supported by the 54 nations of the world, and 53 were against of Hitler. So I'm trying to convince you that the victory is with us. Thank you for this possibility to have a word. Glory to Ukraine. Thank you, Viktor Andreevich. Viktor Yushchenko. And sometimes we do not notice some simple things, like the statue to Repin is at Tereshchenko Street, but it is veiled because of shellings, and there are many monuments which are in Kiev, and Petlura Street is and here, and the monument to Shores again creates a paradox of existing, but there are people who use paradoxes for commonwealth, and there are some actors, some activists who support integration to EU in pre and post-war period. Yuri Mikityuk, the vice head of advocation department of coalition of reanimation package of reforms. Thank you, Mr. Andrei. Dear participants, I would like to congratulate you and wouldn't like to take your time. I'm a very liberal moderator, but the colleagues make me evil sometimes. And so I'm speaking about timings, and it is my honor to ask the speakers to approach the panel as to democracies. And it's very hard to add something after such words. Probably they are not common. They inspired us for our activity, for our thinking. There is much to think upon. And I would kindly invite the participants for the discussion, the integration to EU in pre and post-war period of time. Please, Lyudmila Sovak, Deputy of Minister of Justice for Euro-Atlantic Integration, Acting Manager of EU of Human, Andrew Wagner. Alexander Matvichuk, human rights activist. Dr. Victoria Melnik, coordination of CPR direction. And also with us, Petox, ex-head of EU Parliament and members of Parliament, Roman Lozinski. It seems to me that it's very hard to start this discussion in the context of this wide topic. And to make it narrow, I would say that this democratic structure matters. We have this framework we would like to input, but our task is to find the concrete words for us not to speak about some global things, but to find the object we can start with. So the question is to Roman Lozinski. Mr. Roman, today is the 1st of November, and we would actually do this discussion as to the November Ukrainian historic events, but this is a bit different story. But my question is why democracy at the local level is important, and what kind of legal initiatives we can speak about. Parliament initiatives. Thank you, Yuri. Good afternoon to everybody. For us, this discussion is very important, and thank you to Reanimation package of reference for this opportunity. We should think globally, but act locally. And actually, you provide this vector of thinking. From the first sight, I would be short with the issues. We have this frame of democracy, and I do understand the values and the importance to implement it where it is possible, to provide people with tools of decision making on the basis of discussion, on the basis of disputes, publicity and transparency. And from this time, I have been a member of military action. I have been combating. And during full-scale invasion, this approach to democracy is limited. We can't use all the tools of democracy. But in parliament, I see that people use it like veil. And when you have this opportunity to be supported with the instruments of transparency and accountability, we understand that we don't have any specific threats here. And I would furnish this theory with examples, and we will approach these issues commonly. The first moment is a parliament and cooperation between powers and oppositions, authorities and opposition, and the agenda of Verkhovna Rada is done at this separate council, but there are some moments when they have the common group with the same idea, but some initiatives are not supported with some groups. And we have a kind of disbalance here in parliament as we speak about common councils, as we meet risks here at the third year of full-scale invasions. And again, we speak about ministers. This is not the will to control. They are constitutional frameworks. We speak about democracies. We do not speak about people who would like to implement something. We speak about legal framework, which matters. And when We speak about accountability of ministers. We speak about the quality of ministers. The teams should feather the results of their work to the next teams in parliament. Usually we do not have this process holistic. Unfortunately, such strategy does not exist. Ministers could get rid of their activity easily without the heritage past, without accountability, and there is a law 3135 in Parliament which mentions about accountability of ministers in Parliament, and this law speak about continuity of the political process, and it doesn't speak about political rhetorics. It speaks about executive branch of power. So this moment is very urgent in Parliament, and there are tools which which could make the quality of democracies in Parliament better. Then about self-government, it is called decentralization, which is very successful. We should go to effectiveness, because effectiveness is possible when we will have more transparency and accountability. And then the law 6401 focuses on publicity, not just about the decisions. So this bill is the best visit card of investors, international partners to develop our armadas. So I ask everybody to use these instruments. This is both about democracies and money, budgeting. If we speak about purification stations in one gromada, the investor will see about the estate in the estate register whether the data is fixed properly, whether their norms, the regulations of legislations are kept. So I am at that point sure that at the level of Verkhovna Rada, that at the level of self-governance, we have the democracies which are possible only in case when everybody votes proper laws, proper bills, promotes proper bills, and will follow the laws on the level of Romadas in the doing their steps, everyday steps. And we speak about effectiveness, about resources, about the development. And I am sure that these home assignments will be accomplished with the help of our international partners who foster this activity. So thank you to the team of Reanimation Package of Reforms and Democracy Reporting International to bring democracies to our life. Thank you. And when we speak about democracy and we speak about pathos, democracy is available. And the speech of Roman was a bit different, was a bit critical. And thank you for the stuff we think upon. And I would like to give a floor to Alexandra Matvichuk, and the question is provocative. Today, the critics of EU, so we may use different terms here, we will just generalize. People speak that the West, not in a full but partially, try to follow this form, deals instead ideas. Do you agree on this matter? And the second question, why are we speaking about values during integration to EU? Thank you. that in 15 minutes I am to go because I have some more duties, and we are keeping back a bit with the panel. So sorry, dear colleagues. Would like to hear your speeches while answering your question. Yes, there is a problem, and the problem is that half people in the world take part in the elections. 80% live in partially liberated countries, and they do not have this right to vote. And only 20% in the world have this comfort to support a person they will. And when you see this balance between authoritarianism and democracy, we see that the liberation part is narrowed to the size of the cell, and we understand that something went wrong in democracies, something broke down, and it concerns values of a person. And modern generation inherited this system from their parents, and they do not understand what does it mean that such things are very fragile. They just take it for granted. They took it like the choice in the supermarket, in the shopping mall, and just exchange it for economic benefits, values for economic benefits, for their private comfort, because having only 20% of people who live in the liberated society, we understand that there are people who do not value it, and the liberty is underestimated. We pay much in Ukraine for liberty, for the right to build the society we want, where the human rights are supported. And speaking about the second question, the war and the democracies, they are different way of logics. And this conversation, this debate is very responsible. When you are in two logics, in the focus of two logics, they move you, they push you into different sides. And we do not have this comfort to shift it to another sphere, to shift it to surviving, because we do not know whether we are at the end of the war, whether we are at the beginning of the war, or in the middle of the war. But we do know that Russia invests 40% of its budget into war, and it hopes that Ukraine will go back. And so we should foster our institutions. And this is our task, and we will speak how it is going on. We view it as a challenge, which is observed in the world. And yesterday I met a colleague of mine from Myanmar, and he told me that the people in Myanmar followed the democratic events, whether we would support democracies, which actually started not in winter 22 but in 2014, when we had this chance for stable democratic institutions. And the success of Ukraine will have the influence not only on our region, but the influence on the shift of proportions 2080, and 20 of those still who enjoy their freedoms. Thank you, Miss Alexandra. The good speakers, they are not those who speak right things, but who support their words with their activity in what they are doing, and believe in what they are doing. So thank you for your work, for your speech here. And now I have a question to Ludmila Swan, because I know that you should go a bit earlier today. Miss Ludmila, you publicly stress the matter of Ukrainian democratic institutions as a stable framework. And if we speak about stability of democratic institutions today, not as a fact, but about as a direction the state should move ahead in its steps, what kind of steps we should take? And probably a short question, you as a person who are deeply involved into European integration, who know the things, the challenges, probably you would like to say something about it, please.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Good afternoon, dear participants. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to all those involved in organizing this event, in preparing the report itself. This analytical report is very timely because, as the previous speaker said, democracy and stability of democratic institutions is our business card for our partners, but not only a business card, but also commitments. What I would like to highlight is the fact that we are at war for more than 10 years, and the full-scale invasion have been lasting for almost 3 years. Despite of that, Ukraine has preserved democracy and democratic institutions. No matter what the challenges are, the parliament votes the laws, the government implements them, the system of judiciary keeps working, and we can see the civil society as united as never, which participate in important decision-making process. You all know that since the start of the full-scale invasion, Ukraine applied for EU membership. We got the candidacy status, and we are currently in the active phase of negotiations. The negotiation process is divided by clusters and chapters, and we are having negotiations within the first cluster, fundamental rights and freedoms, and it includes such an aspect as functioning of democratic institutions. When Ukraine received a negotiation framework, we also received a number of commitments, of requirements we had to fulfill within the democratic process, and first we had to work on roadmaps. The two of them are opening benchmarks. They are obligatory within the chapter Fundamental Rights, Justice, Freedom and Security. Second is reform of judiciary, and also we have such a requirement as a roadmap as to functioning of democratic institutions. So on the 10th of October, in Brussels, a bilateral meeting was held during which Ukrainian delegation, led by the Vice Prime Minister, showed our partners the progress, the challenges and the tasks we have in this area. In particular, it's related to the activities of the parliament in terms of work, cooperation with the civil society. Of course, we cannot organize elections right now, but we had to show our European partners that after the martial law is lifted, Ukraine will be ready to ensure the right for elections for our citizens. So before our bilateral meeting, Ukrainian delegation sent our European counterparts all the documents, and during the meeting itself answered all the questions. Now we are waiting for a so-called screening report from the European Commission, which has to be provided in the end of December or beginning of January, and we will see clear requirements there. Also, we received an enlargement report in the end of October, where the state of democratic institutions functioning was analyzed and our further commitments were provided. We already started working on the roadmap, so that's why I wanted to leave earlier today, because we have an inaugural meeting during which we will discuss the first draft of this roadmap. What is a roadmap? It will be a political and strategic document, including our main commitments, the stakeholders, the terms, and the vector until 2030. Uh, Drafting of this important document is performed not only by our authorities but also by the civil society organizations, and I'm really happy that the organizers of today's event and those who prepared the report are already working with us on this roadmap. And I got familiarized with this report, and I could see that there are already recommendations for the government of Ukraine and all the branches of the authorities as to how we have to move forward. And so I thank the authors of this report. It will be the basis of the roadmap. I'm really grateful to all those who were involved in the process. I'm sure that we will achieve all the results only if we work together, the parliament, the government, and the civil society. So thank you, dear colleagues, for organizing this event, for a great report. It will become an important factor for us. Thank you. I would like to add here that if we had another report on cooperation of you personally and your team with civil society, the mark will be as high as possible. So thank you again for your activities and openness, not only within the framework of this forum, but on everyday basis. It's important to have a sustainable dialogue. And I can say that with you personally and your team, the dialogue is very dynamic and very open. Thank you. And thank you for these words. I wish you a productive forum. We will keep working on the roadmap. To continue the discussion on the report which was made public a few days ago about the progress of the candidate countries, we should say that in the conclusions it was said that despite the progress in fundamental reforms, further efforts are needed. Mr. Andrei, could you please tell us, in your opinion, what exactly efforts are needed from us as a state within the framework of this fundamental cluster? And another question, it might be a complex one, but I really hope to get an honest answer. Do you think of yourself as a Euro optimist in terms of Ukraine's accession to EU?
Good afternoon. It's a very easy answer. Of course, I'm a Euro optimist. If I wasn't, I wouldn't be here. I think that for most of us diplomats that are here in this room and that are working in Ukraine, it's not a job. It's a matter of conviction, and I believe that most of us are deeply convicted that Ukraine is on a irreversible path towards the European Union. So that's an easy one. In terms of your question, the first one, which is of course more complex, and I don't expect that many of you in the audience have already had a chance to digest the enlargement report that was published only on Wednesday. But as my ambassador mentioned in the welcoming remarks, overall, we consider the progress as positive. So even though if you go through the report and read in detail, you will of course see recommendations for additional work that needs to be done. But I would say it's not a black and white. It's not good or bad. Overall, we see the progress as good, but of course it can be better. So focusing on the what can be better, there definitely should be a certain consolidation of rule of law. If you want me to give you a specific area that we will be working with our Ukrainian partners, it's, for example, filling of the judicial vacancies. Despite the positive reform in the judicial system, that's an area that we have to work on. Another area is the need to advance the integrity and the disciplinary framework for judges, for prosecutors, and law enforcement. So all of these are fairly technical elements that, that as the Deputy Minister referred to, and also the Deputy Prime Minister referred to, there are hundreds of people in the government, in the cabinet of ministers that are working on these topics with us very closely. What I really want to underline that the screening process that is now underway, which is kind of now the main thrust of the integration, has been assessed by colleagues in Brussels very positively. So in that regard, as you were giving a scorecard or an assessment of the work between civil society and the Ministry of Justice, it's the same assessment from us, that overall our assessment is very positive. And if I can maybe add, it's a more broad comment which kind of builds on the many elements that were raised during the opening remarks, and I'm also trying to answer the question: what are the lessons that the world can take from Ukraine? And something that I'm particularly excited about is that when the war ends, and the civil society, which really ticks all the boxes of being very healthy, very dynamic, being extremely committed, being fierce in its activism and action, is that when the war ends, a lot of this, not only experience, but also, let's say, the know-how of how the civil society operates under such a huge duress and pressure, can then be brought into our societies. Me personally, I'm from Czech Republic, and as one of the previous speakers mentioned, there is definitely a sense that democracy has been given to a generation like mine, and we might not necessarily feel as closely linked to it, that it's maybe something for granted. And I think that having strong civil society organizations coming to European countries from Ukraine and passing on the important lessons will essentially improve the state of democracy also in the European Union and in the member states.
Thank you, Mr. Andre. Thank you for this positive answer, positive feedback. Thank you for outlining the essence of how we have to keep working to achieve the goal which unites all of us. And now I have a question to Mr. Pat Cox. It's a great honor to have you with us today. It's a former president of the European Parliament. I can certainly say that Pat Cox is a friend of Ukraine, and what's important, a friend of reforms in Ukraine. So my question will be about the reforms. When we speak about the EU, we instantly get the association need of reforms. When we speak about reforms, we get the association with the importance of institutions, correct functioning of institutions, the role of civil society. In your opinion, what is the ideal formula of our EU integration, considering the factors of civil society reforms and authorities, please?
Mr. Chairman, ambassadors, distinguished guests, Dobry den and greetings from Dublin. I'm going to try to answer your question. I've prepared some brief remarks which I'm going to go through, if you don't mind, and I hope that they pick up the questions you've asked. For me, of course, it's a great honour and pleasure to join you virtually this afternoon, and I want to thank you for the invitation. I want to begin, if I could, Mr. Chairman, with the theme of resilience. Ukraine has displayed its democratic resilience to the whole world since Russia's full-scale invasion 32 months ago. Your president stood his ground. Your cabinet of ministers stayed in office. Your parliamentarians did their duty, honoured their role under the Constitution, and fulfilled their responsibilities to the nation. In my view, these were profoundly courageous acts, showing personal and institutional integrity, at a time when the Russian aggressor literally stood at the gates of Kiev. All who stayed risked deportation or death if Putin's planned blitzkrieg had succeeded. But instead they remained to defend Ukraine's sovereignty and freedom. So I believe, Mr. Chairman and colleagues, when it is recounted in the years to come, this will be recorded as a defining moment in the nation's history. There are many battlefronts in war, as so many have spoken about. The 1,000-kilometer line of contact, the communications and propaganda war, the war of people day to day to survive in hard times, and the war to assert Ukraine's commitment to democracy, freedom and sovereignty. And your democratic institutions are playing their part, and I really would like to acknowledge that today and to salute it. Of course, the work goes on. So to come to your question, the war, as we know, has imposed many security and practical constraints on people's deputies and their work. Despite these constraints, the Rada has continued to function, starting with the approval of a presidential decree on martial law, now in its 13th extension. The Rada continues to make laws and pass budgets. Key security and defence measures have been adopted by cross-faction majorities. Do you know that between June of last year and September of this year, 277 laws were adopted, of which 239 have fully entered into force. This is a very creditable and positive record, especially at a time of war. But of course, there are also challenges. Securing the necessary parliamentary majorities to pass legislation has become more demanding, as the Rada now has fewer deputies, partly due, of course, to the absence of voting in Donbass in the last election, and partly because, with the passage of time, some deputies have left Parliament. Also, we have the early unity of rallying around the flag, which I think has softened into a slow return of contested politics on the floor of the Rada. I think this trend is partly fueled by an ongoing and long-standing discussion on the role of opposition parties. This debate predates the war, but it still remains unresolved, and I think it needs to be addressed. It is also exacerbated by wartime disputes about travel restrictions and opposition complaints about limited access to the conflict-inspired TV marathon. I must say, again on the positive side, a really welcome exception to some of these disputes is the cross-faction consensus on working to fulfill EU membership requirements. And this is recognised in the very opening observations of the European Commission's report on Ukraine, published just a few days ago. It is important that limitations and restrictions imposed because of the war, especially in the democratic domain, should not take on any air of permanency. Parliamentary oversight of the executive, mentioned already more than once today, oversight of the executive branch of government, has diminished during the war and has been rightly described by the European Commission this week as being suboptimal. Executive accountability to Parliament and Parliament's transparency to the public are among the vital signs of a healthy and pluralist democracy. The restoration of ministerial question time in the Rada in recent months is a step in the right direction, as is the return of a limited journalistic presence. And this, to me, is welcome evidence of a consciousness that during the war and the extended mandate of the Rada, it is necessary to recalibrate some of the more restrictive characteristics of the impact of martial law on the work of Parliament. Briefly, what of the future? Because I think your conference and your civil society organisations have a major role to play in this. Much has been done on parliamentary reform in recent years, but much remains to do. The roadmap for reform desirably should begin to move now from legislative drafts to legislative acts. It should move from aspirations to outcomes, focusing on what can be delivered now during this convocation of the Rada and what can be decided now for the next convocation. Last year, as you know, the political factions agreed that no election should take place for at least 6 months after the end of martial law. This is both a reflection of public opinion and a breathing space to assure the conditions for conducting free and fair post-war elections. The Central Election Commission, the Venice Commission, the OSCE's ODIHR, and many valuable civil society inputs. I'm thinking from the likes of OPERA or the International Foundation for Electoral Systems, IFES, and CESNO, among others, have contributed insights and advice to the Verkhovna Rada, which now has multiple draft laws pertaining to political parties, to their financing, and to the organizational and voter registration complexities of the first post-war election. This unique election will require unique legislation. I think it's important that this work should be done sooner and not later, based on as much political consensus as possible, not only to try to comply with the best international practice, but also to prepare the ground for eventual unprecedented voter and election official education and information campaigns. So, Mr. Chairman, let me close with an appeal to all of you present today, please to be advocates for this process and voices to insist that necessary steps to prepare free and fair post-war elections should not be confused with the actual elections themselves. There will be endless opportunities for electioneering when that time comes. But this is not that time. Now is the time for calm deliberation and consensus building to establish the successful conditions for Ukraine's democratic renaissance after the war. Thank you for your invitation. Thank you for your attention. And Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава. Дуже важливі слова і
Very important words, and it is very important that you stress them. Thank you for your speech, that you just found this time for us, for your inclusiveness into our agenda and to the topic of Ukraine. Without you, we can't imagine the reforms which have been conducted and I think will be conducted. Thank you. And now the list of easy questions are near to be finished, and we will start with complicated questions. We spoke about accountability with the representative of the ministry, and I have a question to Victoria Melnik, who have been working in the Center of Political Reforms and is doing with the European integration. Victoria, can you say a couple of words? But first of all, I would like to speak about my observations. Some experts from the civil society, politicians, if they speak about this report of accountability, they draw attention to the things they like, and they omit things they do not like. What about your opinion from this report? What issues are underestimated? What should be highlighted additionally? Thank you. Thank you, Yuri, for this question. I would like to be very dynamic. Yes, we were right with this choice of date. We published it 2 days before forum. So the package of EU enlargement is very important because still we are waiting for screening reports to be delivered to understand our gaps and what should be done within this vector of European integration. But this is the second package of enlargement, and its tone and character has been changed. It became more focused on our details, on our context, and at what should be done. And the example is post-war elections mentioned by Pat Cox. In 2023 there wasn't mentioning about it, just about recommendations of OBSE. And the civil society started working on English recommendations, and I ask kindly to read such recommendations which are being done by Julia's team. And in this package, we envisage better understanding of the context because Ukraine differs from other countries' candidates, and we face the challenges which do not other expect. But some challenges, again, are repeated by our side. So there are some questions as to the methodology of enlargement, but the next commission which will be gathered will be dedicated to it, and this process will be more effective for every country. Yes, you're right. If somebody speak about the report, he or she speaks about his sphere, and it is topical for everybody because one is focused on his sphere. But much depends upon the communication process. This is the essence of this process, to stay focused on different spheres simultaneously, and we should change the approaches as to the prioritization of our goals. We shouldn't skip our goals. We speak about court reform, and it is very important sometimes because sometimes we skip public administration reform, which is focused on two tasks, to focus on instrumental tools which we may align with the legislation of EU, but there is the Copenhagen criterion which matters for Ukraine. This reform is important for the stable institutional structural peculiarities of such dialogue, but it is missed out of the focus of both of international partners and government, because we should stay focused on such things. In this report of enlargement, less attention is paid to the formation of the policy. Thus, this policy is preserved in Ukraine, and we should work on the political integration which start to join us. We hope that the next report, which is screening report, will encompass all the details which we'll have. The next challenge of ours, which we forget about, which we understand, the half tones, the peculiarities is the challenge. Alexander Korniyenko noticed that the public consultations matters as to draft laws of members of parliament, but as other people stress, European Commission say this is a challenge. So we should take lessons from our first steps for our decisions to be motivated and to be effective from the first moments. The next aspect I would like to draw your attention to is the quality should not be the victim of the speeding. It concerns the decisions. Our solutions should be very effective at every step, and we all of us should remember about motivation. And I am glad that our government has been working effectively since June over the road maps, and this is a very good index that they are ready for screening reports, and they can support the road maps and apply it and hand to European Commission. And another very important aspect is that we should take into consideration all enlargement package report mechanism, as well as screening report, as well as benchmark report. But sometimes the situation happens and the law as to the administrative procedure claims that all the bodies do not have sometimes this focus to leave their boundaries, and the European Commission stress on it. We should follow this dynamics. We should go to yes, EU, and they are parallel processes which actually takes one after another. They are ready to accept us. We are ready to be open to them, and the move towards direction of each other is okay. So we are in the focus of the lights here, and Victoria mentioned about administration issues, speaking about the speed of the process, taking into consideration effectiveness. Our panel is near to be finished, but it will be clear on my side to start the discussion about the ruleness of democracy, about law and order. And taking away from timing, I will use my function here as the promoter. So is there anybody ready with a question? Dear guests, dear friends, I would like to ask and to comment on. We speak about democracy during war and the experience for the world, and the world is going on. The Koreans actually supplied 3 million bullets. This is not democratic way of decision making. And what is the effectiveness here from the point of view of democracy to provide with the adequate answer to Korean approach? And you spoke about quality. What provides barriers for benches to be implemented into subways? What prevents Ukrainian railway to stop supplying ramps to entering the wheelchairs, the trains for our combatants? So when we speak about democracy during time, it's very important to show that it can be more effective than authoritative approach. Thank you, Mr. Anatoly. These are very important questions. I'm moderator. Those who are ready. I can answer it in a short, because I can't answer about facility ramps in the civil places. Uh, it concerns our ability and to be strong with our efforts to implement changes in order to provide the development of democracies and our entering the EU countries. And our boldness here matters. So I will finish this panel. Our fast wave of democratization during war is near to be finished, and I would like to say thank you to Audrey and Victoria that you stay here to the end, and for your work, for your words, that you do holistic things. And thank you for those participants which stay online with us. And the discussion was interesting for us, and I think that the next discussion will be better. Yuri Mikatyuk shown us how to use this possibility and to keep timeline and to provide additional abilities. And the branches in subway are less effective than small stools that one can grasp or take. So be attentive when a person can take a stool where she can or he can stay. It's better than to snatch a bench. Thank you. You have 10 minutes break. In 15:35 we proceed working. And now I would like to pass the floor to the next panel discussion of ours, at the edge of democracies, to Dr. Maxim Yakovlev, the director of the School of Political Analytics, the head of the chair of the National Academy of Kiev and Mohyla. Thank you. I ask everybody to return. It is my honor to moderate this panel. I would like to tell you about some changes. So I will present the participants and then we will shift to questions because our timeline is limited. And then we will exchange with the ideas. So, dear guests, try to keep your time agenda, time shift. I would like to present the guests of ours. Mariana Beca, the Vice Minister of Deputy of Minister of Foreign Office. Then I congratulate you to be here. Because Mrs. Mariana is to leave earlier, I would like to stress it. And now would like to present Vitaly Bortnikov, a well-known journalist and the laureate of Shevchenko's award. Tatiana, Mrs. Tatiana, journalist. We have some changes. Ogarkova. And then we have the poetess, the military, as well as Yuri Prokhasko, a well-known writer, and Vachtank Kekhvadze from Kyiv National University of Taras Shevchenko. Thank you. We are all here, and we may proceed. And my first question is to Mariana Beca. And it is, we have the cooperation of Ukraine with different regions, which we do not know. And here, for example, there are some guests from Indonesia, who would. So it means that we communicate at our large scales. So, what do you think? What are our perspectives to communicate with regions? What are our international perspectives of communication to have more stronger positions at international arena? Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm glad to be involved into discussion. This is my first speech. I'm the deputy of the Minister of Foreign Office, and our priority, within the full-scale invasion and in war context, this is to make the context wider. And it is very important for us because Russian propaganda is very strong here. And we may say that Russia has been attacking democracies for a long period of time. So we have many hazards. We have food hazard. We have frauds, miscellaneous frauds. And in the Ukrainian format, it really matters since the full-scale invasion from 2014. And it is important for us to develop the liaison with such spots, such geographical spots, within, for example, to cooperate with Africa, to cooperate with 7 countries. We opened our embassies in Latin America because we understand that it is very important to be inclusive and to join the last communique of the first peace summit. So we have much to do with different regions. and the things do not go easier. But it is very much important to understand that this issue of fostering the democracies in Ukraine really matter, and they take much efforts in the countries of global level. For the 20 years we have been working on this issue, and we do understand how much potential Russian resources are represented, and UN Assembly show it how Russian bodies work, and we do our counter work in order to join the peace formula coined by Volodymyr Zelensky, our president. And we know that Russian propaganda really work. We affirm our communique with Latin America, and now we work on communicational issue as to Asia. And I do believe that we will have some success in the nearest future. We so our the visiting of media into these regions were very successful, and there will be the second visit of African journalists. And these are the work on the margins, because they shape their ideas as to our Kharkiv while visiting our hotspots. They communicate with miscellaneous stakeholders as well as with NGOs. And one journalist even wrote a book and we hope that the second book will appear, which will reflect the shift in the position, in ideological position, how to shape social idea. And another front is the cultural presence at the foreign region. We have the plans as to open the offices further, because we do understand that it is important that we should work via the instrumental tools, and we will definitely have more our offices in Latin America and in Africa than in Asia, than in some regions of Russia. We should cooperate on cultural level, on diplomatic level, the tools we have been involved in our work. Thank you, Ms. Mariana, you were active with it. And I would like to sum up what you said. The counter work, the counter war is very important, and this is the fact that the NGOs representatives are involved into this work, into informational strategies as to promoting Ukrainian offices in the other countries from the point of view of synergy. Thank you. We will move ahead, and I wouldn't be intrigued here.
I will ask the questions in Janta. Now, next question to Martin Kebuladze. Both the Ukrainian government and we, civil society, regularly state on almost all international platforms that here in Ukraine we are countering Russian aggression and thus protecting democracy and its values globally. So it's not only about the Russian aggression within Ukraine. So the question is as follows: how is this statement perceived abroad, and why do we often find it difficult to convince foreigners of this, that it is not only our war against Russia? First of all, to communicate something to foreigners, we need to have a consensus here within Ukraine. And it seems to me that unfortunately at the third year of the full-scale invasion and 10th year of the war in general, we do not have this consensus in any community. It's easier for me to speak about the community of intellectuals and artists, and unfortunately we know that Russia is the evil. We are not at war with Putin, with the Kremlin, we are at war with Russia. For example, we might recall that latter of those who are allegedly related to Odessa. Unfortunately, I know some of them personally, and I didn't expect or probably I expected by hope that it wouldn't happen. So there was the letter addressing UNESCO and our president, asking not to decolonize Odessa because there are monuments to Pushkin, etc. So if we have such letters from intellectual community or a part of this community, how should I communicate? As soon as I come to Germany, I work a lot with uh, or Austria or other German-speaking countries. How should I communicate our narratives? Uh, they might say there is an alternative position. We need to preserve Russian street names, monuments to Pushkin in different cities of Ukraine, probably not only in Odessa. So I keep saying that before we communicate our narratives and our vision of what this war is about, we have to come to terms here inside. We need to have a powerful and well-balanced position among artists, intellectual, etc. And then we need to think about how we communicate our position to partners abroad, around the world. There is a simple task for the politicians and the authorities in general, and it is as simple as the money. Uh, Ukrainian Institute is the result of Maidan as well as other institutions. It's a very powerful entity, but we all know that funding of Ukrainian Institute is decreasing. We always interact with the Ukrainian Institute and we understand how hard it is for them as a powerful soft power tool around the world, because it's the equivalent of British Council, Goethe Institute, Cervantes Institute, how hard it is for them to operate because they need financial support, and it's a task for our authorities. It's not enough to say that they're doing good things. The institute has to be supported because it's a powerful tool. On our part, the task of intellectual and artists is to think how the narrative has to be translated in other languages. Yuri, Tatiana, and I do some translation of ours, and we all understand that it's not only about speaking different language, French, German, or Spanish. We need to find the terms or the forms that would be meaningful in their cultures. We need to shift from our cultural codes to theirs. And sometimes it's hard, sometimes it's ambivalent. You might have seen on social media this example. Once I had a discussion with Denis Yuchin and Volodymyr Yermolenko. They are presidents of Ukrainian and German pen clubs, respectively, and we had this discussion as to how our war has to be communicated in the West. And back then I said, I have a solution, let's make the Russia small again. It became popular, and I am happy about that. It appeared in our discourse, but I got a very interesting reaction to the statement in Lviv. We had a presentation of our future book in Lviv Catholic University, and there was a Ukrainian Maron Sinzin of American descent, and he said, I'm not sure how the Americans will perceive that. And probably badly, because in America there is an idea that the land is given to us by God and we are entitled to this land. There's right which cannot be taken away from us. So they have this idea that probably Russians also are entitled to this land. So it might happen that you find a formula you consider to be a very powerful one, but the people you reach out to with this formula uh, have other associations that are not desirable for us. Uh, and here I go back to the first idea of mine, how we should communicate this word to our partners and colleagues, those who support us, but also those who do not support us or don't know what's happening here at all. Mm, Probably we might use here the term global south. I don't like this term, but it is widely used in political discourse. First of all, we have to agree among ourselves that we are not at war with Putin exclusively. Russia is evil, and I keep repeating that we talk a lot about our victory, but I think that even if we restore our territorial integrity within the borders of 1991, but our children perceive some Russian things as language, church, literature, mm, songs as their own. It means we lost because their grandchildren will come to kill our grandchildren, and we will be old and we won't be able to intervene. Thank you very much, Vartang. While listening to you, I realized that we often speak about one voice concept in Ukraine, but indeed everything starts with our unity, our internal consensus, even if it's hard to achieve. And I really like this idea that thinking of Russian phenomena as Ukrainian ones, as native ones, is something we have to not to allow. Thank you. We have another participant online. I'm really happy that the connection works. It's Dr. Timothy Carton Ash, historian, writer, professor of European Studies at the University of Oxford. I'm happy that Timothy could join us. I'd like to say that when I was getting ready to the discussion, I was looking at the Ukrainian edition of the book Homelands, A Personal History of Europe, published by Vivat Publishing House. And there is a great overview of this book mentioning Kharkiv, and basically any city is exemplary, but Kharkiv is especially strong while combating Russian aggression. So I will probably switch to English here. But I took this question from the Ukrainian description of Ukrainian edition, and the question is simple.
Thank you very much, Timothy, for joining us. I just, as instructed actually by the organizers, informed about the Ukrainian edition of your book, which I haven't finished reading yet. So, but my question is rather simple, and it is also, okay, the question is simple, the answer is always complicated. Do we expect a new Iron Curtain, a new confrontation, not only between the European nations? Because this is a topic we're all very much worried about. Okay? So моє питання до Тімоті було, чи ми дійсно...
My question was, can we expect a new Iron Curtain not only between European nations? Can this confrontation exist internationally?
Thanks very much. I'm sorry I can't be with you in person. And let me start by saying that as we approach 1,000 days of full-scale war, there's one victory that Ukraine has already won, which is global recognition that Ukraine is a major independent European nation and state. That was not the case, that recognition, before the 24th of February 2022. If it's going to be reinforced, I just want to underline what Vartan Kabuladze just said. You need permanent institutions to go on promoting that separate identity. And I'd mention, as an academic, endowed chair, permanent professorships in Western universities. Now, to your question. Listen, a new Iron Curtain through Europe, honestly, wouldn't that be great? I mean, if the Iron Curtain runs around the frontiers of Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia, and protects you and us against a revanchist, aggressive Russia, that wouldn't be so bad. And if we had a stable Cold War situation for a number of years until eventually there was desirable political change in Russia, that wouldn't be so bad at all. What I'm afraid of is an outcome which seems to be more probable, which is much more ambiguous, much more insecure, much more uncertain, much more like hot peace that keeps going back into hot war, where Ukraine goes into an interim state, a kind of security limbo, which is where much of Eastern Europe has been for much of modern European history, what the Germans call Zwischeneuropa. By the way, that danger is particularly acute if Donald Trump becomes the next president of the United States. So that's what we have to avoid. We have to avoid it by both of us doing more, the West doing more, but also Ukraine doing more. On the military, on security, I wrote a piece in the Financial Times recently arguing that the essential next step is an invitation, a specific invitation for Ukraine to join NATO, because without security, none of what we're talking about is going to be secure. Not the economic reconstruction, not your own people returning to the country, not the reforms needed to join the EU. On democracy, which many of you have talked about, if we're thinking about Ukraine's reputation and soft power in the world, I would say that there are already concerns about the state of Ukrainian democracy. It's striking how many people mention the name Andriy Yermak, not always in a wholly positive context. But so long as there's a war on, those concerns will be very limited, right? Everyone understands the war on, you can't have elections. But after, pray God, the war is over, I think that's going to be a real international concern, particularly among those supporting Ukraine. And I want to make two quick points on that. One is the media, the character of your public sphere is going to be absolutely crucial to the question of your democracy. And that requires not just media pluralism, all different groups and tendencies being represented in the media. It also requires a shared public square. So I would urge you, if I may, to pay particular attention to maybe recreating or creating for the first time a really large area of public service broadcasting, because a quality democracy requires shared public. And one of the problems we see in the United States or in Poland or in other troubled, hyperpolarized democracies is the lack of a shared agora, a shared public sphere. The other point is that if and when the fighting stops, the shooting stops, that doesn't mean that Russia is going to stop its efforts to destabilize Ukrainian democracy and other East European democracies. Clausewitz famously said that war is the continuation of politics by other means. Well, for Vladimir Putin, politics is the continuation of war by other means. And we have just seen this in Moldova. I mean, a spectacular example of direct intervention, both through social media and established media, but also vote buying on an incredible scale. One recent estimate I saw, 9% of those who voted had been subject to a vote buying operation by Russia. 50 euros a month, vote our way. Now, I'm sure it won't happen in exactly the same way in Ukraine, but what I'm saying, as we transition to a post-war democracy, you and we are going to have to watch out for really new kinds of hybrid war threats which exploit precisely the opportunities given by a democracy, by an election, by free media. So what we need is what in post-war West Germany, the Federal Republic, is called wehrhafte Demokratie, a democracy able to defend itself. One last point, if I may, very quickly. I argue in that book, which you kindly mentioned, published by Vivat in Kharkiv. Last month I visited the printing house, which was bombed soon after the book was printed, that there have been two periods in since 1945. The post-war period since 1945, and what I call the post-wall period, the period that goes from the fall of the Berlin Wall on the 9th of November 1989 to the 24th of February 2022, and the full-scale war ends that second period. So we are at the beginning of a new period of European history. And beginnings in history, as in life, are especially important, as in romance too. In the first 5 years after 1945, we shaped the international order, which in many respects still endures to this day. So in the first 5 years after 1989, we shaped a European order which lasted for another 30 years. So what we're doing in these few years together is going to be really important. And we're in year 3 of those 5, and we're still not doing that well. So how this war ends will be crucial, not just for Ukraine and for Europe, it will be crucial for the whole character of this new period of European history for decades to come. So let's make sure we end it well together.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Ash. It was a strong speech, and I noted it down as you said, if shooting stops, it doesn't mean that Russia would stop pursuing its destructive foreign policy. And of course, Georgia and Moldova are examples of what can happen. So it's not about just stopping the shootings, but also about the role of Russia and the Russian idea to continue fighting and doing its destructive foreign policy by all means Russia demonstrates it's capable of doing. Thank you. І тоді якраз від цієї теми
And I think it's high time to ask my question to Tatiana Karkova. We often hear that the modern world is experiencing a kind of crisis of democracy, that the growing popularity of right-wing forces threatens the democratic future of various countries. It is something we can see in Europe. Lately, even on media, we can hear about Trump as fascist. In this context, what's the role of Ukraine in these processes? And I will ask even a more provocative question: is the Russia's war against Ukraine the cause or the consequence of these trends?
Thank you, Maxime. Before answering this question, I will tell you one story, one joke which happened to me a month ago. We were speaking with acquaintances of mine, and she is of French origin, Cécile Messier, and she wrote a very interesting book about Vladimir Putin in 2015, where she deconstructed very important things, which for us may be considered simple things, but for Western reader, it was a very bold book. And why I mentioned Cécile Messier, we communicated with her after the conference, and we discussed French agenda, what was going on with them. And it was after the parliament elections. Probably you remember in summer there was the first tour, and there was a risk when the party of Marine Le Pen, the radical party, might have won the elections. And then this risk was possible. But everything was was fine at the end, and Cecile was very much moved with Macron strategy, canny strategy, that he did this party. He gained his result, but he made French people fool. And I asked, what does it mean to make somebody fool? I like the result, but the way he got it, with no, when somebody do not take into consideration the majority idea, and when the result, we like the result, but the disrespect to this result is another thing. Why we should pay attention to disrespect? So, with democracies, these things are very important. When we view the countries, neighbors of ours, we much speak about Moldova and Georgia. We see that temporal things matter, and general, the time of peace and the time of war, these are different times. And the regimes use actually such effects of when people are not satisfied with the result. We feel from our side that populism affects this process, and our country shows how the intensity of time matters. We may actually discuss what happens after 2022, especially after February 2022, when we experienced losses in Ukraine from the point of view of democratic world. Everybody knows about it. When our foreign partners were slow with the supply of weapons, and then we discuss speaking about tanks or not tanks, then about F-16s. Different stories started, but the time was very slow. Time for democracies, it was very slow. And I speak about whole liberated world, and this time loses before the regimes approaches to be quick in decision and to build coalition. And when we are at the foreign international conferences, we can't speak about counterparts. We can't use the term ally. We use the term counterpart. Unfortunately, we lose this emotional game for West. And since the full-scale invasion, I commented the events for foreign medias. And if we take into consideration what happens at the October 2022 and then in November, there would be many calls and people would like to learn what's going on. And time is a key matter. Today, people understand it like normal way of things. It's okay. The time is going on, and nobody takes care of it. And in Kharkiv, for example, 2 days ago, there was a huge bomb which devastated the blockhouses, and nobody takes care from foreign colleagues. So we lost this emotional inclusiveness when we speak our war. There is a well-known French intellectual who wrote a book, Our War, about the victims, our war. In at the West, the war which going on here didn't become their war, so the partners but not allies. And the question is what to do next. We still lose the question which was put to Vachtanch, whether the whole world stands for Ukraine. Unfortunately, we are losing this project, because when we communicate with our Western friends, those who would like to support us, who are supporting us, there is no understanding that Ukraine is fighting for any representative from Berlin, citizens of Berlin or Paris. We travel all the time from time to time, and we understand that they do not have this empiric skills of war. And I would like to finish on positive issue that things which are going on in Ukraine, they show nice results of democracy to liberated world. What we hear from people who came from Ukraine, and in our crisis foundation, we had different experiences. People who knew nothing about Ukraine, for example, from Senegal or Tunis, people knew nothing about Ukraine. It's important to understand what does it mean to be physically present here in Ukraine. Those when a man says that it is very important to be here at the hotel not far from Maidan, to be along with democracy. I understand what does this problem mean. Even with Senegal citizens, people were amazed, and a woman wrote an article about Yahidne. At the school of Yahidne, Russians kept 300 people. So physical presence here in Ukraine is very important. And we should continue fighting with understanding what is going on in Ukraine. It's not only about Ukraine, it's about democracies. Ukraine is a margin of the global world. I do agree with it that it solves the fate of the continent, the fate of democracies. And our militaries combating at the front lines, and the freedom becomes there at this place, and this world which is with us, they show the new approaches, but emotional things work less. Emotional affirmation that this is your war. Ukrainian departments, Ukrainian institutes should think about definitions which will foster us, because it's understandable that the war which going on right now, with such moral principles, how we lose time, and we tremendously lost time because Russia communicated with Iran, and such wars are won by coalitions, by partners. We wouldn't say partners, we say allies. And the only thing, the only way of ours, which we hope on, is the time to coalition. And we need more. We should do our best to find keys to their hearts, to their consciousness. Thank you, Tatiana. I believe that we will find such keys. And you mentioned a book, and I mentioned Vienna book. Probably there would be another presidency of Trump, which makes it possible to speak about war generally, because there are 4 translators here at this scene. And you just mentioned this concept of physical presence while you are here, and I ask kindly just to have some commentaries from you, Mariana. I have to go, but I would like to make some reflections from what I heard generally and as to this panel at the edge of democracies. Because Ms. Tatiana was right about coalitions, about allies. Generally, world is at the edge. The system of the international law is at the edge. The system of international architect is at the edge, and Ukraine is at the front line of autocracy and democracy. I do agree with the previous speakers, and I deeply convinced that the victory of Ukraine, this is not about Ukraine. This is about the future of the whole democratic world, and we should understand it. The will of the Russia to get rid of Ukrainian identity. This is the challenge to the international structures, to international democracies. And factually, the democracy should be strong. Democracy should be armed. And it should be bold in its actions. And these coalitions of partners matter, really. And we are thankful, we appreciate their approach to victory, to our victory. But too little, too late, not enough. It means that the efforts which are supplied this year, it's a bit different. The same is with sanctions. So it goes without saying that the foundation of the approach to democracy is the peaceful plan of Volodymyr Zelensky. It is the approach to EU countries, and we advocate this political decision, which matters for today, just for Biden's cadence. This is important signal not only for Ukraine, but for Russia as well. And Ukraine defends the east flange of NATO. And the Baltic countries do understand it, because they are at the edge as well. So the participation in NATO is the priority. Thirdly, weapon and arms. The system of warfare that matters, and the range of such systems should be enlarged. The limits for the range of targeting of the weapon is not active today, and we should support it according to the statute of UN. And for long-range weapon, we should think upon it. And a new reality is the participation of the Korean force in this war. So these are new realia. This is the transformation of the war, and the reaction should be more rigid, more bold. And we speak about it to our partners. Help us more, provide us with more weapon, provide us with more assistance, in particular in terms of sanctions. As to the marine, the sanctions should be input. Banking sector, 67 Russian banks out of the 300 are under sanctions. We should take out this possibility from Russia to finance war, to continue this war, and to bring to account criminals. Without accountability, we can't speak about peace. For aggression, for humanity, we can't speak about peace. And we advocate the launching of tribunal against Russian aggression. This is what should be taken into consideration when we speak about democracies. The democracies should be strong, the democracy should be armed, and democracy should be quick. Because in Ukraine, the fate of the whole world is decided. And we use the instrument of public diplomacy, and we convince our partners that this is the third year of the genocide. We should get awake and do bold steps in the context of new reality when Korean military forces are involved into conflict. And the more pressure is demanded from foreign institutions on Russia, sanctional pressure, and to support Ukraine with weapon. And for sure, Volodymyr Zelensky plan matters here as very effective if our partners will support it as well 100. And we think about it. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Mariana, that you found this possibility to join us for such powerful messages. And I appreciate your attitude to the next participant, Mr. Vitali. As to opposition to the regimes, and the system forms this global system of security. If we speak this discussion in the vector of Ms. Mariana, what foreign democracies need to conquer this opposition? I think that the main weapon for democratic world is Ukraine is a part of such war. And if we imagine Ukraine will fall, there will be another impulse for such opposition, and everybody in democratic world understand it, that Ukraine should be left at the international map of law. And this revision of legislation shouldn't be accepted easy. Along with it, we should understand that the war is provided at different fronts. There is military aggression against Russia, against Ukraine. We have the war at the Middle East. We have the war at Syria. I think that we have more wars when Ukrainian-Russian war will continue. We will expect more dramatic and tragic events in different parts of the world, because the third World War is not possible. They will work in terms of local conflicts all over the world where such spots are available, and Ukraine is a part of such global conflict. But there is also economic war. The West can do nothing when the West is connected with China, because when West implemented sanctions against Russia, when it is willing to stop the East Oriental War, when the East Commonwealth depends on the relations with China, and nobody on the West would like to agree to stop trade with China. We will have the situation what we have. We can't do things immediately, and we should understand it. So it is very easier to have a war on election field. People needs transparency. People would like to have the result. And we see the result of Russia in Moldova. This is how the European referendum lost. When it receives the chance, and half of the population in Moldova lost. So in Georgia, they win at the electoral front. China won at Maldive Islands as well, which reduces the chances for Americans to control this part of the world. China's again, when China prevail in different countries, it really matters. So they can't do without, and they lose because they do not understand what's going on from the point of view electoral process and their partner to spend money on war.
I'm not even speaking about Europe. We keep saying to the Europeans that we are defending them, that we are guarding the NATO member states. I keep refuting that and saying that we do not defend anyone. Latvia, Estonia, and Poland have their own borders with the Russian Federation, and if Russia wanted, it would attack these countries. But we defend these countries in a different way. We defend these countries basically by creating a clear demonstration of how Russian influence decreases in Europe. If Russia wins, obviously it gets opportunity to prevail in elections everywhere where there are forces eager to speak with Russia. And by the way, success of far right and far left forces demonstrate that Russia is very active. While we are having this conference in Vienna, ex-Chancellor Schröder, Prime Minister Orban, and other politicians participate in a conference during a Swiss week. The Speaker of Austrian Parliament from far right meets Orban, and the leader of the party who got victory during the election signs the joint declaration on interaction in Europe. Isn't it a demonstration of victory? Of one of victories. The more we lose on the front, the more Russia will prevail. In 2022, when Russia didn't manage to solve this issue in 3 days, its influence on post-war space decreased. Now we can see it in the Central Asia, Caucasus, etc., and it will keep happening if Russia demonstrates to the neighbors that refusing to interact with Russia will lead to demographic crisis. Ukraine became an ideal training ground to show what refusal to follow Russian wishes means. And you can be sure that Russia will remain an important actor on post-Soviet space, and if it destroys Ukraine, it will prevail in this space. When Cossack comes to Paris, you should acknowledge, it means acknowledgement that Ukraine is a strong state. It has to decide on the rules of play on European continent. That's something we have to discuss in Europe. It's very fair that they are our partners and not allies, by the way. If they were our allies, we would ask for support not after the invasion, but before the invasion of Russia. We should not look for allies after someone you treated as a brother revealed themselves as an enemy. So I think that our task is to use the understanding of partners of the violations of international law, violation of basic human principles, to preserve our national capacities for the next decade. And we should always remember one simple thing. Even if we manage to somehow end this war, and Tatiana was completely right to say that every other year of the war will be the year of our defeat. We should make sure that Russia exhausts faster, and it's again a question to our partners. We should understand that we are a small, frustrated 3 million people country, and we won't be able to prevail without Western support. But even if we manage to end the war, even if the soldiers will finally stop on the contact line, even if the decisions are taken that will lead us to European future, remember that we will fight on electoral front during the first elections as soon as they happen, and we are not sure about the results of this election. Most probably, our people will live in a paradigm. We do not want another war, so we might expect a U-turn. It will be possible in 24 hours after the last rifles are put down, and we understand that our victory in this war can ultimately lead to our defeat in peace. There was a time when we thought that Georgia will never be under Russian influence anymore, and we have to understand that this future might expect us as well. Thank you. You emphasize 3 times that Ukraine is only a part of this struggle. That's something very important to understand. But to change a bit the focus, I really liked what you said in the end, that we have to be ready for the future as it unfolds. And I'm now giving the floor to Yuri with a question about the traumas of Ukrainian society. And we should understand how they are perceived in Ukraine and abroad. And probably you could tell us what are the main misunderstandings about what we are going through today in Ukraine. And conversely, if we expand the question, can the experience of other countries and other nations who went through similar traumas be something which help us to find like-minded people? Thank you very much. I would like to start with a different trauma, additional trauma, which concerns all of us, which is trauma of lack of understanding. When we come to the allies with, as we see, the best arguments, the best proofs, and we hope to be understood and sympathized with on the basis of the democratic tradition we have. And when we find out that this image of ours of the democratic tradition is no longer relevant for others, and then this trauma happens, the one I'd like to speak about. It explains the difficulty to get understanding and acknowledgement of traumas we went through and we still experience. 2 stories from my life As to the translation in the broadest sense, I'm not even speaking about language, I'm speaking about the attempts to interpret yourself for others. So there is this one story about traumas. It was the year 2014. My colleagues and I were thinking about what was happening with us, and we tried to discuss it with German-speaking society, with so-called Western democracies, and we often faced lack of understanding or even accusations of us that we are the reason of this war. So we were called the aggressor, not the victim, and they were saying that we are so bold and we actually threatened to the peace. And these discussions were complicated. And now we can see very serious, drastic changes that happened to Western democracies. And we saw that the standard they appealed to changed. They changed, and we saw this colossal change. The second story was a story of the last year. It was after the 7th of October 2023. I had a tour in German universities and school, and I happened to be in Dessau, where there was the second Bauhaus after Weimar. So there was a meeting with middle school students, secondary school students, and as I now understand, it was not a great parallel between the fight for democracy in Ukraine and fight for democracy in Israel in their war. And you might only imagine what I went through in that school. I wasn't allowed to say a word due to the reaction of students there, and it was not a dialogue with arguments, it was shouting, which did not allow me to keep talking. It was a second experience, a second trauma I had. So I think that for our own survival, and when I'm speaking about survival, I'm not even exaggerating, for our survival, it's essential to think about the drastic changes that happened to so-called Western democracies. They changed their own picture, and why Western democracies we usually refer to as the standard, why are they so full with anger? Anger is something we can see on the surface, and this anger is specific. It's a different one than it was in 1968 or in other periods. It's not a righteous anger. It's something blindfolded, and it rejects everything that political system suggests, and it makes impossible any consensus, and it leads to fragmentation. And it becomes clear that this rage is related to our war. It is directly related to our war because it's a reaction to the war. Our war is a special substance, and the rage is a litmus test for Western democracies. And those drastic changes in the structure started in 90s. And in this state, in this status, the democracies saw our trauma and our war, as well as our demand, our requests, and it's very hard to understand each other. So to be very careful about this, because everything is intertwined and it's very complex. So to think about that, to reflect over that, we lack time. It requires lengthy and detailed discussions. We don't have this time now. So I will attempt to name just two things. One side, in my view, is that the modernity is constructed the way that, as opposed to pre-modernity, that has resignation and peace with its context, the new modernity relies on hope. And this hope leads to the idea of possible improvement of state. Possible improvement is the material for policy making, and basically politicians just offer and suggest improvements. And when the promises, we might say that politics is a matter of promises. And when these promises are not fulfilled, there is always that limit, that critical point, whether we no longer allow the situation to unfold as it had been unfolding. And at some point, no one can cope with what starts happening in the world, especially on their own. Western democracies keep living in that modus, in that modality, that it's something that had to be prevented or ensured by politicians and political systems. They were the ones who had to suggest solutions. But we have no solutions. If we're speaking about climate changes, migration, wars, or lack of Western significance in the world, all of that leads to great crisis that can be described as a fear to lose control. This fear to lose control then prompts us to do two things. First is voluntarily delegate responsibility to people who, as we imagine, can become new leaders. And populists really use that a lot. Populists are those who pretend to have answers to these problems, but only the whole humanity can cope with these things, in fact. And second is the management of fear. Not only populist forces, but also radical forces use this fear, which leads to further radicalization. So, on one hand, we voluntarily delegate responsibility to those who pretend to have solutions to very complicated issues. On the other hand, we deal with laws we deal with a fantasy that when it's impossible to cope with big challenges, we have to at least listen to those who have small solutions, like limiting migration or forbidding some minorities or transforming liberal democracy into non-liberal democracy. So here, on the one hand, we have this incredible populistic tendency. Who are populists? Populists are those who affirm that they are speaking and voicing the true desires of people. If the people don't appear, they say that they know the hidden desires of them. And then populists are those who pretend if they have a solution of some sort. And of course their solutions are partial but very tangible in this fear management. On the other hand, we can see radicalization, and it exists and it exacerbates the fears. People might say that they can give security, they can provide safety by securing the borders, by delineating ourselves from others. On the other hand, we have the story of identity policies that arise in 80s of last century, and they start with righteous indignation. They start with attention to partial identities, and their universal values and universal agreement is lost. Everyone says that they are the victim, like we can see that in some parts of Eastern Germany or in Austria with the victory of the Tickle party.
So it seems to me that I do not have any answer towards your question, because this is the obvious thing. This is the global issue we can't solve today. What is important to stress today, that we Ukrainians, when we have disputes with our allies, with our partners, we should understand what is going on with the dynamics of their democracies. Because Olaf Scholz should think about his decisions. Thank you, Mr. Yuri. Give him a hand, please. You said about anger, types of anger and rage, for us to properly finish the discussion and everybody to have a floor, because to keep time one should have proper break. But the last but not least, I like it. And you mentioned not all of others' points of view. And what is the influence towards Ukrainian society? Taking into consideration the views of your colleagues, how can we understand widely in the context of global issues out of Ukraine or at international arena? Thank you for the question. I would shortly share with you with my expertise, with my experience of cooperation with the partners and international platforms. Half a year I am not at the front lines, and I am invited to 7 countries to different events to speak about front book, military front book, and to some meetings with authority representatives. And I have some observations when with some friends combatants, I was asked to come to Washington and to have a speech there, and we asked Abrams and HIMARSs for Ukraine. I have some observations. What I would like to speak about. First of all, it is very pleasant for me that the Ukrainian combatant would like to be heard abroad, especially those who are writers who can express themselves in written form. It also happens that you are to answer the questions, some queer questions. For example, how can you be both poet and combatant? How can you provide war and how can you write simultaneously? People do not remember the literature of lost generation or Owen's heritage. People do not remember their authors. What I would like to say, I do agree with Tatiana, with Vitaly, that we are losing right now our emotional war. This is what I, as the intelligence officer, understands. Why we lose it? Because dictatorship of Putin is the best tool to spread information. And a book was written named A War in 140 Signs, where Putin is called the first postmodern dictator who knows how to use tension for the sake of his dictatorship. And less of people in Europe understands the essence of Russian propaganda. They do not show them as victims, but they show how good they are, how they again take away the margins of the concepts like war, like defense, like dignity, what is truth, liberties. They took it away. And the questions which I was posed from the foreign audience is about flooding the margins. And flooding the margins is the strategy of Russian propaganda. Some people say you have a kind of war, and a kind as a term is the product of Russian propaganda. People do not understand that this is the implementation done in their head. They live in their democracies, in natural democracies, so they are accustomed that there is aggressor on the one side and victim on the other. And at the third war of our war progress, they actually took away this margin. And I do agree with those who think that postmodern dictatorship is a strategy well elaborated, how emotionally influence young people, those who are undegraded, those who are students. The sample, like in Israel, appellation to Israel, was very promotional. The dictatorship is built on emotions, and emotions is driven by the magic picture of the world, claiming that there is one truth for everybody, and they claim that they are justice, that dictatorship is justice, and the democratic power claim that one common justice is common for everybody without taking into consideration his or her origin. And these are the methods which they manipulate and which they influence the young people. Another method, this is what we do not articulate and which is not in our focus, that dictatorship like Russia, they shares in with their they advocate and spread Russian freak symbols. So they have bloggers in Spanish milieu, and these people provides their messages, supports their messages, and abroad people do not understand how this propaganda work, and they are hooked at such propaganda. And some topics, some issues are important here. I think that today Ukrainians didn't write much about the experience, how enemy work against us. Such books are not written, they are not translated into English, and they are not read. As to the methods, thus the methods of Russian propaganda are very powerful. How the Prigozhin farm, I don't know how it operates now through social networks, how it shares with the AI intellect, how such dictatorship cripples step by step. And we should do much as intellectuals in this domain. In Europe, in my opinion, I was amazed to see the reaction of people who think that freedom is free, that freedom is service. This is what is given to you free of charge. This is what is provided to you just for granted. They just forgot, the majority forgot about the times when the things were different. And they slightly misunderstood this strategy. And our mission is to speak about it openly, about Russian prisons. Who knows what Russian prison is? We think about such cells like something at the margin. We read Baghriani, and we read much about civilians in cell and about warriors in cells, and we should promote it. This is what influence. For example, conveyor, Russian prisons, Russian graves in neighborhood. These are complicated things, and we should advertise it, and we should speak about each occupied village, about Ukrainian history. Otherwise, European world won't go ahead. So they will speak why Artyomovsk but not Bakhmut. And we should speak about the history of our young combatants, those who perished. This is what moved them deeply and think upon serious issues. I just told in Finland about Maxim Krivtsov's and Vika Amelina and Vakulenko, and I saw how people are moved with these stories. We shouldn't invent something. We shouldn't imagine something. We should speak real stories. And at the end, my final thesis is really many politicians. The first question which I stressed at the beginning, that you simultaneously write and fight, they do not understand it. And simultaneously, when we speak with combatants of NATO, I speak to Latvians, with them, to Americans, these peoples who would like to join our military efforts. Many of them are at the front lines already, but nobody speaks about it. And then they lose their hopes in Europe, that Europe traces this very neat Russian propaganda we should remember that there are military forces which are fully at our side, and such military, such combatants are ready to join us in military actions. This is what I feel with my heart, and probably it will be like that. Thank you. So, I am glad that we keep our timeline, and such events like ours makes it possible to communicate face to face. So express our gratitude to Tatiana, to Yuri, to Vahtan, that they found the time and generate proper ideas. Thank you. And I propose everybody to come here back at 17:30. There will be another discussion. The majority is here, and we hope others will come soon. So, we speak about resilience and the transformation of Ukrainian society. Several times we have already mentioned during our discussion the speeches, the promoting of this question. And the question is not about the war. The war should finish, but nobody knows when, and nobody knows with what result. And we should think how to be resilient. So let's assume that we will win it. And the first question, which I would kindly ask everybody to answer in 30 seconds, is what would you do in democratic Ukraine, which is with victory? And I will ask Olena Yena, the senior director of the parliament group Women Leaders. Thank you, Mr. Andriy. That's a very simple and uncomplicated answer. I will live in this country, and whether we will live in this country. This is a very challenging question for all of us. I will live in this country. I will work in this country. I would like this country to be comfortable for my children, for my mother. Thank you. Yerena Yasenevich, RPR activist. I think it's like after Maidan, it's better not to leave the strategy to do its best, his or hers best for our combatants and to return our country to democratic practices. Dr. Velebanova, the academician from National Academy of Science, the director of Demographic Institute. We will work properly and enjoy our life. Now the writer, and I would like to go fishing, and as a civilian I would like to work more. Yevhen Bystritsky, the philosopher and the editor and the co-manager of the project of Social Sphere. I will speak about what is written here, what kind of democracy we have, about the experience during war, and less I will speak about the lessons to the world because they will be obvious as to volunteers. Alexander Alfyorov, the officer of military service, the researcher from the Academy of Sciences. I will keep my back straight and I will keep working. Andriy Zelinsky, the military chaplain of the Greek Catholic Church and the teacher of the Catholic University, the subjectiveness, the point with dignity of and human dignity, and it takes time. I don't know what I will do in this country, which will be in future. Probably I will become a musician in the street. I see it at the Shevchenko Park, and if it is possible to do it during war, we may project it in the future. And the problem is whether somebody will take away this musical instrument from me. So I will speak about the democracy of future, and I will ask Olena Yena about NDI NDI, and what do you think how NDI accomplish its task in Ukraine, and when such organization will leave the Ukraine, when it when I'm sorry, I didn't 5 minutes. Yes, I know I have 5 minutes. NDI, so yes. When in 2002 I actually joined the team of National Institute, I thought that in 2 years this organization will accomplish its mission. And we will further this mission to the NGOs. But to be serious, from 1992, our institute is cooperating with the NGOs, with government institutions on the development of civil institutions in Ukraine. And much we are speaking about our experience. The democracies, the democratic environment is narrowed. Less democratic countries appear, and the Ukrainian democracy goes straight away from this trend. Our Ukrainian democracy is fostering, and it is not occasional. And with this resilient democracy, we approach the war. This is the most hazardous event, and the quality of democracy, the force of democracy, the strengthening of democracy is how democratic process will survive. So there are discussions, are we to save democracies? Or are we to survive? For me, these are two concepts closely connected, and during the war, we do need to proceed fostering the democratic institutions which we have been building for a long period of time. And during previous panel, there was a nice idea that the democracies, freedoms, they do not come free of charge. And we as representatives of civil society feel it. And we built very resilient institutions which should be fostered and which should be accomplished. These are obvious things like free society parliament, strengthening of local self-governance, civil engagement, active European integration. Much depends how we will win this war if we miss such very important critical elements of democratic infrastructure. So our organization fostered its work as to the engaging of political party into the process. The political life is paused in Ukraine. They are not sure what kind of election will be after war. It's complicated to address the audience of poll. And we help with strategic planning for other parties to develop inclusive platform which include the interests of society, which tremendously changed since the beginning of the war. We have many marginal groups of people in civil society, like women, like veterans of combatants, who are to be created separate environment for their career. These are people with disabilities. Unfortunately, Ukraine has many of such people who will build the new state. We cooperate with Parliament. Today you said the facilitator, Pat Cox, he is the facilitator of Dialogue of Jean Monnet project, where we split our strategies politically. We cooperate with the NGOs, with the human sector, because we are convinced that there is no such a moment when we will stop with our democracy, saying that, well, it's okay, the strategies are accomplished, because if we start thinking with it, we will have some additional threats of internal character. This is what previous speakers spoke about, which what we should get rid of, and with starting steps to have some additional points. I may speak more about such programs of our institute, but I will say the only thing that we proceed with the democracies for a longer period of time. This war kicks us back for some indexes, very serious. I would not speak that we should start everything from scratch, but no, we won't start from scratch, and it's okay, because we approach this war with rather steady democracy, but we have some invisible processes which make our democracies weak, and this work will proceed with the help of our organizations.
In some things, this war made us go back in some processes, but there are also some aspects in which we improved. So, developing institutions or developing a grassroots initiative, both things, they are interconnected. Okay, I would kindly ask everyone to take that into account when you take the floor. Olana, Yana mentioned here different groups of people, and my next question will be to Ella Libanova. Which groups of people will play a leading role in the development of Ukrainian society in future? You know, it will depend on when and how the war ends, whether our society will sustain it. I would say that the war gave us a lot. I mean here in the sense of development of the society, new, modern, democratic, just society, even despite all the drawbacks, but we became more open, kind to other people, even to animals, to the whole world surrounding us. And we have to be proud of that. Why did I say that it will depend on when and how the war ends? Today, Ukrainian society is as united as never. And we often talk about that with Valery. We are now united as never before throughout the whole history of Ukraine. And this unity is something which is very important to preserve. Of course, we can see some division in the society. I can see that there are four groups. First group or layer is servicemen. The second one is those who stayed in Ukraine, those who never left Ukraine, like Kharkiv residents stayed in Kharkiv, Kiev residents stayed in Kiev. The third layer is those who were displaced but within Ukraine, and the fourth level is those who went abroad. And it's important for the authorities, but I am afraid the authorities won't come to this idea. We have to control the authorities. So it's very important for us to avoid really drastic consequences, division, serious division in the society. And today I see that the society trusts, and society will perceive it okay. Whatever servicemen do, they really trust the servicemen, those who were or remain on the front. And of course, they have leadership potential. We have to make use of it. If we manage to use it, it means that at least local authorities will become efficient. And the local authorities is another layer which will play an important role. Uh, we may want it or not, but the decentralization will become stronger because we cannot avoid that. We cannot allow Kiev to control every process in the country. Another idea is that our, I don't like the word oligarchs, people who have substantial sums of money. So if they don't only think about themselves but also about the country as a state, they will play an important role because the country we had 10, 15, or 20 years ago, uh, Ukrainians won't allow this country to emerge again. But those people, most of them have great potential, and we have to use it. So I think we have to focus on these three groups, because talking about some professional circles, well, yes, I would like academics to have more importance in the society. I would like people to listen to us. But I understand that most probably we won't be decisive for everyone around, as well as others. I also hope that attitude to school teachers will change. It's very important for our next generation. The situation we have today cannot continue because it is something which stops us from development. Thank you, Ms. Libanova. As to the fourth layer you mentioned, from what I see, some of those people fled Ukraine, not Russia. They just used the fact that they are Ukrainian citizens. Of course, beyond any doubts, according to the data of our border guard service, uh, through our western borders with Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, Romania, and Moldova, so during the first day of the venture, 24th of February, almost 120,000 people crossed the border. Where from? Kyiv, Kharkiv? Back then, it would take people from Kyiv and Kharkiv more than a day to get to the border. So those were people who were not really threatened. And they will come back and they will have the right of voice. No, they will not come back. They are the ones who will not come back, and to be honest, I do not want them to come back. I want to return those for whom Ukraine is the only acceptable place of living. Full stop. Thank you very much, Yarina Yasinevich. Some people say that we cannot speak about historical phenomena as about positive or negative phenomena. In particular, such a phenomenon as Russian aggression against Ukraine or a Russian-Ukrainian war. In your opinion, what will the future generations studying these events in global context mention as a positive thing and a negative thing? Thank you. The main lesson of the previous war, I understand we're speaking about the current one, but the versions of wars are written by the winners. And it happened so that the previous wars were described by the winners who prevailed over us. And we need to be sure that future generations are free as to interpretation of what's happening. They have to be free in expressing their own democratic views in future. This war is also a war for independence. And the lessons of a war cannot be positive or negative. We should just take note of the fact that we didn't really reflect on the topics of identity, culture, mm, civic engagement. We all understand how these processes mm, unfold at schools, and this potential wasn't taken into account during the upbringing process at schools. That's how I cannot say gave a carte blanche, but before the start of this invasion, due to some reasons, we couldn't reaffirm our agency. And we have to remember that after the war. A war is a negative phenomenon, and I think after the victory, whatever it will look like, we have to avoid those loud statements we are used to. We have to remember that the aggressors are evil and decisive, and we need to take um, adequate measures as a response. We are defending here something good, something of our own, and actually people have this opposition and this struggle of good and bad inside themselves. So I think that after the war, it's important not to have huge expectations as to our servicemen's actions. We should avoid judging them according to the principles of the past, and I think this understanding will make us healthier, and maybe it will make us adults. It will create a conviction that we might defend ourselves without being victims. We might defend ourselves as heroes, those who oppose this evil. It will help us to understand people who make their choice to be violent while facing aggressors, but they only did it to defend others. So we will have to develop an understanding of their choice. One more aspect, my final thought. We can accept that we cannot avoid evil. And here I refer to your first question. We have to be ready to stop it after the war, even inside our country. We have to be very sure about restoring democratic practices as soon as possible. We have to go back to that free democratic society we tried to be before the aggression. Another important lesson of the war is that to preserve peace, we have to prepare to that. It's like healthy lifestyle. We have to be trained to live in peace. I'm not speaking about some military training or some school classes dedicated to that. I'm speaking about the society as a whole. We have to be trained to defend our peace and freedom. If Russia does not become a small country, we will keep living in the conditions of this constant threat. So we all have to be actively involved in social processes. We have to defend our rights and freedom. We have to bring young people at schools or even sooner. We have to teach them how to be active and responsible citizens. So this peaceful lifestyle should be something similar as a healthy lifestyle, and it has to concern as many people in the society as possible. Irina, today's war, is it the peak of Ukrainian liberation movement? it's another phase of it. We don't know yet what will be the format of its end. Andrei Lubka, writer and volunteer, you have undergone a certain transformation in your activities. I will later say something personal to you, but in your opinion, has our society undergone any kind of transformation, or what is the stage of the transformation at this point? And another question, there are people who are great at performing their tasks as long as it is needed. Then there is no longer a need to do this task, and they suddenly don't know what to do next. I'm speaking here about the volunteer movement. The war will end, we will go back to the peaceful life we just spoke about. What will happen to the volunteer movement, please? Thank you for your question. Indeed, when the full-scale invasion started, for me, volunteering became a possibility to do more than I could do before that. I understood that writing texts, writing books do not satisfy me. They do not bring satisfaction even if they are published in world media. And here I would like to quote Krzysztof Czyżewski, who emphasizes that we have to export to West not only the concept of victory, but the Ukrainian word "перемога" as a new term. It means doing more than we can, overcoming. It's very important, and each and everyone in the society has to undertake another task, another burden, and to do something else, take care of something else. So I started dealing with vehicles. At this point, we bought over 300 vehicles, and I've always thought that vehicles are the essence of my activities because it's about something very tangible, very effective. It's a clear result, but the servicemen were saying, please bring us homemade goods, or at some point they started saying, bring us ammunition. Now they are saying, bring us people. And I think that this volunteering movement transformed into a channel of communication with the military, and it is much more important than the vehicles. I got to go to areas close to the front line, and I communicate with many servicemen. So I became a messenger between the servicemen and Ukrainian society, civil society in particular. And going back to the topic of our forum, democracy during the war, we might get an impression that democracy equals election. That at some point when the war ends, we will have elections and democracy will be restored. But democracy is a practice, an everyday practice. It's developing institutions and respecting human rights. So from what I see in the society, we have a consensus which we do not voice, but we have a consensus about violation of rights of people. We can see that the military, the servicemen, do not have the same rights as before, even though they are former civilians. Our army is mostly consists of civilians, but we refuse respect of their rights. And we just heard the news that General Sodol resigned from the army through the medical commission. I think it's a mistake. If someone made a mistake, they have to be fired from the army. Let's recall the situation with Zaluzhny. He did the same. He resigned from the army through a medical commission. And so we have a group in the society, the servicemen, who are deprived of some of their human rights, and I think that for long-term perspective, if we think about the war that will last many more years, or the state of struggle that will last for longer, we have to restore the rights of these people. We have to make the army and the military full-fledged group of our society, and we as a civil society have to be the first ones to signal about this problem, to show that we do not remain silent about that, and we suggest specific steps here. For example, we might introduce a position of military ombudsman who would protect the rights of the military if, in case if servicemen complain about dishonest behavior of their commanders. Or complaining about the fact that their commanders make them go to the first row position just to punish. So we need to have a clear and just rules in our society, and I do not hear this voice in our society at this point. And to answer your question, what might happen with the volunteering movement in future, it's important to preserve those channels of communication and the trust we have from the society to voice unpopular messages, because the society does not want to hear that we have to change people on the front line. The society likes this situation because it gives more chances to people walking down the street to preserve their lives. It's obvious, but we need to have adults in the room. Some people need to say the truth without expecting any political preferences.
Найпоширеніше українське прізвище.
Someone, the most frequent Ukrainian word. Someone has to do this, but who has to do that?
З представники волонтерського руху чи несвідомий спосіб.
The representative of volunteers should move the instruments of democratic society, and this is the environment which preserve the trust and should be the bridge and messenger. This is what Andriy Lyubka spoke about, and others. Participation of our round table actually push me to Marxism. When a person chooses what he or she should do. This is the need, which is a conscious choice, and democracy is the choice of freedoms. And are we to speak about institutions or personal initiatives? For me, the initiatives from underneath, because Maidan actually shows that we can move ahead, we can react on the challenges. We can inside our society find the consensus and cooperate. And personally, I would like to say that I obtain from Canada some feedback about Andriy Lyubka, who promotes the help, the assistance to Ukraine. What have you said to Canadian people? How you motivated them? Because usually people say that we are not heard abroad, and you were heard. Would you be so kind to tell a couple of words? Now, Arfyorov, Mr. Arfyorov, the question to you is, who will write, who will be the author of the next history book of Ukraine, and how the knowledge of history helps us or probably makes us weaker? I would like to say thank you to Andrew for his car assistance, vehicle assistance. He said not to write about it in Facebook. You know, friends, who will be the authors of the book in history? I would say that we usually praise ourselves. Ukrainians is egocentric nation, and often we see ourselves from good side, but we should sometime view ourselves from different angles. And people say about tyranny today, people speak about dictatorships today. I would form some basic issues. Our event is entitled Democracy During War. And if we change it, war during democracies, right? Putin says that the conflict meets the status of UN. Where are the measures? Where are the margins? So I would say who will be the author. Our uh, children will be the authors of the historian book. They will become, as Shevchenko put it, to those who are not with us, who were not born and for alive, right? For everybody. We are like in the sand clock. And unborn. Unborn, these are the ancestors of our children for whom we are living for whom we will write the history. Often we say that Russia rewrites history, and we should do either. I often is terrified with the definition as Galician Volhynia kingship, then kingship Rus. The history provides different answers towards different questions. Because this is not Nostradamus, this is not Oracle, this is not Oracle. We speak about our mentality, and our neighbors do have it as well. This is the ability to react towards the author reasons to preserve this definition of state. The history, it should be written, it should be rewritten, and we actually go the same track. We do the same mistakes. And when we say about who will be the author of the next historian book, I would say it's complicated to say on the spot because nobody knows what kind of history we expect. And we know that 100 years ago, two empires, Austrian and Russian, they contradict. They conducted war between each other, and they conscript 4 million of Ukrainians. Just let's subdivide 20 by 20. And out of 20, we will take this age rate 25 and 55. Just mobilize everybody of the every third Ukrainian to become a military man. The same is with 30s, the 40s, the 50s. We have the struggle for a word of freedom, and while speaking about the problems which expected in Ukraine, these are things we speak about. They are complicated things, and I have 31 seconds to finish it with example. Every record today, we have 690,000 of liquidated. Russians, and they come here with the mottos, and one of the motto was that our grandpas were militaries, and actually we have those who would say our fathers fight it. So much depends what is in the east from us. To use the term modern, impossible. Just to build concrete wall, it's impossible. What is waiting for us after our victory? And this is the component of our history which we should model. And I am cooperating with the military staff, and when I ask what the victory is, I don't see the common answer, and we should work on it. So we will write the history because we will be the victories. What accents will be, we can't say for sure, but there are facts which say that we should form our plans, should think about it. So please come to my cafeteria. It will be at the third block of Mercian trip, And this is our future. Mr. Alexander, can you say the worst myth of Ukrainian history, which at the first sight looks as the best one? Yes, you know how to ask questions. You know. Our great myth which is the worst, but which looks as possible, positive. This is something we should get rid of, that we are the nation of slaves. And just imagine, and then speak about serfs, about slaves, and so on. Andriy Zalitsky. Probably that the boldness comes from the pure faith in different understanding of this word. Behavior. In what Ukrainian way, in what way Ukrainian society should confess in order to develop democracies? Steadiness, as well as is the contact with the reality, quality contact with the reality. This is how I act and how I go ahead. This is the understanding of our acceptance. The first question was about the myth, the worst myth. And for Ukrainian ear, everything will be fine. And this is the most dangerous myth for me. Everything will be fine. How it will be? Who will be the creator of this good? This is the updated version. Yes, something will come like that. Desubjectivized language creates desubjectivized nation. So there are some ideas without verbs, without passive voice. The subject is snatched. We have the state with our Sovietized past because we are marginalized. Our history is marginalized because we do not have this responsibility for liberties. I understand this liberty, but somehow the state helps me to understand that this is not the abstract term. So we should be very much pragmatic with the understanding what the liberty is. The liberty is about economy. The liberty is about resources. The absence of the understanding for the responsibility, this is the first question of yours, which actually creates me a bit messed. There will be no future. The future is now going on. The future is with the Ukrainians who understand their responsibility for liberty. This is about responsibility. So this is a myth which actually gets us rid from the responsibility. This is the rule of rules. These are norms and of behavior. That's why the Ukrainians these are the Ukrainians which are being formed in trenches. There is no other way. This is the trend of our thinking in future, and much depends what we do today. This, our steadiness, our resilience to understand our freedom within the frames of war, because there can be different experiences. And we try to simplify the reality, try to get to strip it from democracy. But we feel it different. And to sit in trench for 3 years is a problem. And to have some sympathy about somebody. This is different way of thinking, and tomorrow it will be our reality. It is very much important to understand what I'm speaking about. Ukraine is not the fiction. Ukraine is me and you. We are being formed within the frames of interaction with the reality. And the wider context is more global, which will influence our resilience. But today, and other sin of ours is metaphysics, because our history is a total metaphysics. And this is the text, and text is written by us. And the history is deserved by those who are creators, who create the concept of futures, because we are to choose, we are to write history. It's very important. This is different question, but this is what we are doing right now, and it needs conscious and the proper understanding to individuality. I am not speaking about abstract things. I am speaking about how we interact with others, how we understand each other in this context. And this is a very important element, how the institutions are put at the crossroads within the democratic environment. And the human is in the center. This is an anthropologistic approach within the structure of the state. And we speak about subjectivity here. And another point for sure is time. Yes. This is what touches us, our national subjectivity. And one of the feature of such subjectivity is to return a human, a free one with dignity. This is what going on at the field of combating. It means that we should gain this victory. We should access this victory. One could, yes, and one will. Mr. Andrew, or Saint Andrew, how would I address you? When will the war end? But sometimes, in some time. But smart life appear when there are some preconditions of life. So the war will end when there will be some conditions. Preconditions. Whether do we need some commissions of truth, and who would provide such commissions of truth? I would say that the war is not finished. We will finish it, or somebody will finish. But nothing happens out of the blue. And the quality of this world depends upon the quality of people who create this world. But the war will not finish, but we will finish the war. And there are many ethical issues in it. And the reality is multifunctional, three-dimensional, and we can speak about it openly. The standards should be the same. The democracies need rules, norms, and they should reflect the values of ours, probably some more, because Ukrainian, this is our national identity, an understanding of our dignity. So I could understand myself that, sorry, I'm too emotional. I do not afraid to imagine how it will happen, but it is very important to focus on what's going on today, how we are involved in it, how we create this society which exists in democratic Ukraine for a long period of time. And probably, is there any favorite day for Ukrainians? One who should do much for the future. We should pay for this empowerment in the context of the war. And I pray for the freedom, for dignity of my country, and the dignity, other values should remain the same as vectors of our movement. Thank you, thank you. Dr. Eugene Bystritsky, professor. In preface, in preface to the understanding of Ukraine 2030, I read that after war period we should connect liberal policy and centralized administration. So I have a question. What will be balanced with what? And who will win in this contradiction? Okay. I would answer this question in different way. I would just put it differently. How we can develop democracy during war? This is my task, which I would like to accomplish today. Why do we need it? We need it to win the war, because if we will stay democratic country, we will be supported by European Union and other international partners. We will become the members of NATO. Things we spoke about today, but some provocative Bortnikov approaches to lose country, I would say how to win the country inside Ukraine, and then we would definitely know what to speak and how to speak to our partners, how to address Fico's representative or Orban representatives. That's why I will formulate this question like that. What is the difference between the democracy and people empowerment, people ruling? I would like to add something, that people empowerment differs from democracy, a very simple thing, that between the authorities and civil people there is the civil society, and with people empowerness there is no such issue. And Maxim probably will add something to it, because we analyzed much in this sphere. There is no something about civil society. There were just civilians, just smart people who can collect on their gadget the data, generalize something, and to create some general plan of doing. This is the democratic empowerment. And the spot was left for civil society. And the war showed that there are some colleagues, there are some representatives from Azov. Yes. And they know for sure what civil society is. With the help of the civil society, without help of civil society, we won't go. I know it from my inside, because my natives are at front line.
That's something I wanted to say in the very beginning, briefly. And now, how can we win this war inside? Obviously, to win the war, we need our authorities not to think about elections or rankings. They have to state it won't be easy, like Churchill did. That's it. They do not have to think about who will win. They should not think about Poroshenko or someone else from opposition. who might go to the West about their rankings there outside of Ukraine. It's a task for the civil society. It's about democracy in times of war. We have not only to lose the democracy, we have to improve that. So we need different forms of dialogue with the authorities. We have to insist and require the authorities to listen to us. Not only Ms. Libanova from the Academy of Science, not only our philosophic notes, no one will ever read. We need the authorities to somehow be open for the civil society. We can see that happening sporadically. The Verkhovna Rada involves experts from RPR. We also launched a project with RPR and Political Analytics School on social humanitarian area until 2030, what reforms are necessary there. But we only managed to get a meeting with the Ministry of Culture and the Minister of Science, Oksana Lisovy. Everyone else is not interested. And although during the international events on recovery, everyone keeps underscoring the importance of civil society and its active engagement. Our insistence that we as civil society have to participate in the dialogue is necessary. It's not only about fighting corruption or fighting for free media. I can say that during the last 6 months, obviously, the situation on the front line deteriorated. And then the authorities paid attention to the civil society, and a meeting with representatives of civil society was organized. And they said that not only we need a victory plan for outside audience, we need a victory plan for Ukrainians. There were other things voiced during that meeting. I don't know if the authorities will take that into account, but they definitely understood that we cannot avoid this dialogue. And finally, it's not only the dialogue with the civil society and between the civil society and this leadership. I think we also need a platform for the opposition and civil society to have a dialogue on decision-making process, so that it's not the office of the President of Ukraine, so that this office is not the only actor taking decisions. And finally, Andrei put it very nice. In fact, democracy cannot exist exclusively among civilians. My relatives from the front line come back to our cities, and they say, well, everything functions, everything goes on perfectly well here. Restaurants are open, great vehicles, etc. And yesterday I was in the trench and a drone exploded just next to me. It's very hard to combine that, but it's the world as it is. So democracy has to be applied to the military as well. We said in the beginning that there is difference between us and autocratic barbarian army of Russians, and it consists in democracy. I can say for sure that officers, those who are professional servicemen from the times before this war, those who stay in different headquarters, they know how to manage their personnel, but they might not know how to conduct rotations. These are difficult questions related to demobilization. it's hard because we do not know how everything will end, and we cannot confirm to our soldiers that they will be replaced. They fear that they will stay there until the end. The end of what? Obviously, we need to think about people in the sense how to make the army democratic. Make it democratic doesn't mean we have to ban the vertical structure of it. We have to transform the army. How can we, the civil society, affect that? Through the ombudsman, probably. But I'm afraid that if someone complains to the ombudsman, their direct commanders will just send them to for an offensive. These are very delicate issues. I do not have the answer here how the civil society has to establish, if not control, but a system to influence that. But I think it's time to start the dialogue. And obviously, it has to strengthen us ultimately, because patriotic feelings may take different forms. There is this notion, meaning a radical nationalistic attitude, fighting for your tribe. And there is a constitutional patriotic feeling when people fight for Ukrainian identity and democracy. Isn't democracy a part of Ukrainian identity? Isn't democracy a part of Ukrainian identity? You just said. Okay, your question is simple and difficult at the same time. Our usual way of living, our customs in Ukraine are in the essence very democratic, and unfortunately it is different from Russian society. As you remember from Maidan times, people were fighting for European choice, and there were Ukrainian songs and Ukrainian language on stage. I was in Kharkiv and saw the same. We have a nice combination of national and ethnic solidarity and democratic movement. And in the end, I would like to say that if we do not address this issue, I do not know how we will be able to have an army, to have defenders who will finish this task of our victory. We need to win. There is no other choice. It's an existential war. And as soon as we see the word existential, it means that it can lead to life or death of the whole society. Please, a round of applause, Ivan Bystritsky. During the previous panel discussion, we could hear that in Western countries, they do not understand that it's not only our war, but their war as well. But did we consider the war in Balkans ours? Did we think about the war in Israel as our war? Don't we have too high expectations from our partners and allies, and all those who have to sympathize with us, in our opinion? In this relation, I recall the end of 80s, beginning of 90s, and one of slogans was that there is no such nation in Europe as Ukrainians, and a number of reasons to confirm this statement. Actually, back then it did not correspond to reality. So, as we try to seek some sympathy and assistance, don't we mix the lessons we might give to others? Don't we misunderstand them? Could you please choose a lesson you'd like to teach other nations? You might speak about some school subjects even. Well, Alferov plus lesson of history. Okay. How much time would you dedicate to introduction, then questions and homework? What homework would you give us and them? You know, when I give open lectures, I always give one home task, but it's a true one. Dear friends, please state 3 facts about the most famous people in Ukraine. We can see on our banknotes currency. It's a very simple home task, but we are so detached from the past that we repeat the mistakes from our past. I would say that we are indeed on the verge of an abyss now. It's a war of senses, and our home task might be to understand what was the goal the Russian army set themselves while coming to us. Do they want to look for oil in Kherson or some rare stones? What resources do they need here to survive there? Obviously, the only resource is 1,200,000 children who were deported to Russia. And the second resource is the system of their state. They think that either Kiev is destroyed or they are destroyed. The world has become more open, and our history lesson and the home task within it is to be strong and know our past. We need to know what we can expect, why we have to win, and who surrounds us. And then, excuse me to mention these simplistic tasks, but it's true. Just think about 3 facts about our famous personalities, because big things start with small things, and we might say that Ukraine is 30 years old, 300 years old, 3,000 years old. Let's just look at us and see who we are. That's a very simple home task. Thank you, Andriy Zelinsky. Resilience lesson, if you wish. As I already said, there is no abstract resilience, there is only specific resilience. So the first task for Ukrainian audience is the book by Alexander Dovzhenko. Actually, this work of art is called Will to Life. It is about a surgeon during the Second World War, and he had to answer who he found when he saw the serviceman. He answered that he sees that only those survive who maintain their will to live. And I think this will is our today's reality, that our ontology, we can survive because we feel this will to keep living. And we have a lot of persons like that in our history, living people. And very briefly, let's try to do that. Please raise your hands if you know the name Grigory Pipsky, just to see the reaction. One hand raised. Okay. Who is Zoya Kosmodemyanska? Don't be afraid. Grigory Pipsky is a cool man, one who started singing Ukrainian anthem when a rifle was put to his head. And he was doing that because that's who he is. When he was facing death, he started singing Ukrainian anthem. That's his will to live. And that's our ontology. We have to notice that ourselves, and the world will see that as well. Thank you very much, Ella Libanova. I will probably differ from everyone else. I would introduce a lesson of logical thinking. Because the only thing that can save Ukraine is a skill to think. If we think, we will not accept Russian history, we will not perceive it. We will understand who Mazeppa was in the history of Ukraine. We will understand what Poltava battle meant for us, and we will understand what Zoya Komsomolets is as a phenomenon. It's not that easy, and for that we need to teach how to think. Actually, the situation in Ukraine provoked concerns of mine even before the war, because our children stopped thinking. Our children, not in their schools or universities, are not taught how to think. They are taught to memorize. But for that, they can use anything, any tool. For that, they do not need to be humans. Artificial intelligence already does it better than us. But as to thinking, I keep recalling, I think I really like, there was such a person as Mikhail Dal, a chess player. He died when he was young, but he was phenomenal. And it was an era of Mikhailo Botvinnik, who was a fan of machines and computers. He wanted computers to play chess. That was an opponent of it. And when he was asked why, he answered, because we do not know how we think. And he said that we only know that we know how we think. That's it. Thank you, Olena Yena. Before I answer the question about the lesson, I would like to think about what you said, Andrei, that we are looking for sympathy from our foreign partners or foreign citizens. I think at this point we are not looking for sympathy, we are looking for justice. And justice is something which can allow ourselves when there are no other serious threats. And speaking about the lesson, I would like to say that we in our institute always conduct surveys and studies of public opinion, and we noticed the following trend. Since the start of the full-scale invasion, the number of people speaking about support of liberal values like gender equality, support to LGBTQ plus community, and who aspire that Ukraine is a functional democracy, is much bigger than the number that we could see before the war.
During our poll surveys, there were no such quantity of Ukrainians, those who would like for Ukraine to become a blossoming Ukraine, wasn't less than 90%. until February 2022, these numbers were like 75%. It means that this crisis, this tragedy, it evokes the society with the understanding of its values, which will facilitate the society to develop. And the lesson is that we Ukrainians as society provide many lessons to the external world, but the people will be focused on their internal problems, on their democracies. We actually again spoke about Syria, about Balkans. They were not just war we thought about every day. We thought about the ability to have the protest towards the fear that the war will come to their land, to oppose the fear inside and practically think, because if dominantly fear will overcome and come to your land, it will result into what we see now in the European countries, in Moldova, the elections in Georgia, that people won't make their choice properly. That will influence their democratic future. Thank you, Ms. Olana. Yevhen Bystritsky. So some notes of the lesson from Yevhen Bystritsky. Here is the element of the fate. As to the lessons, fortunately or unfortunately, there is one lesson. I would put it like this. Freedom and nation should come together. What does it mean? It means that what is called resilience of Ukraine, this is what matters. 2.5 years, people speak about 3 days or 2 weeks. Unfortunately, we stayed resilient and we proved the Ukraine became a bold country, and this is what really matters. And this is a huge lesson for the whole world. This is what Finland actually gave. But we are under new conditions of existential war for the sake of extinguishing nation. But we provide this lesson that we are resilient. And what I would like to add more, Andrew is here, our volunteering, fostering the civil society, assistance to civil society. I don't know things to be compared with. I know that Americans during the war period didn't have the splash of help, of assistance. They didn't experience it. And this is what I learned from volunteers, because things I ask, they immediately deliver, starting from drone on other stuff. This is about solidarity. And I am afraid not to the end the democracies may again skip it, and that will be the lesson to the world. Irina Yasanovich, thank you. I would just kick from the words of Eugen. The volunteering may be compared to the history of 1940-1955. Vasyl Kuk, who was the general of Ukrainian insurgent army, and he told me that we didn't feel this need in resources. And I thought, oh my God, how does it work? And we couldn't even imagine what kind of tent we may have or some bedroom scattered. And Maidan started and everything was delivered. And I returned to what I actually intended to say. Learn yourself and learn your enemy. Without this experience of ourselves or knowing enemy, the special institute of Russian studies should be created. And I remember myself being near Gostomel, and I remember I actually do backpack to my husband and then to my colleague and my kid to evacuate. When we gave calls to our neighbors claiming, go away, because Russians will come in 5 days, we will be occupied. And the first killed appeared, and we couldn't actually explain the experience of my father, how they shot Ukrainians. It was at the beginning of 1950s, the Western Ukraine, our insurgent army stopped this movement. And he remembered it being a 50-year-old person transmitted to Hutir village. And we couldn't explain to people what is the essence of enemy and how the enemy would act. And this is what we paid for. Because Ukrainians didn't understand the force of resilience. And in 2 days they hoped everything will be lost. We didn't even explain to our allies what would happen. We were supplied for the partisan movement, and it worked in spring 2022 in Kiev region. And our allies thought, okay, people will be resilient and we will support them with some conditional doctrine of Baltic countries. In our case, our successful resilience goes on, and we are learning ourselves within this environment. We obtain financial assistance, funding. We understanding that our allies are optimistic about Ukrainian society to overcome in this war. And the lessons of history, learn yourself and learn your enemy, you will have the possibility to win. And I would like to speak about justice, what was spoken about. When we speak about the resilience as a notion, about resilient peace, we should understand that the peace could not itself be resilient if it won't be justice. After Yalta in Europe, it wasn't resilient for half generation. It wasn't resilient to the whole Eastern Europe, Central Europe, how it was split between totalitarian system when the zones were split and put into the focus of Russia, and everybody thought that the war was finished. And the Western Europe shouldn't be blamed on. But everybody thought, okay, we will put a dot, everything will be finished. And I thought, and I think that this challenge after this war not to put dot, because justice within the Ukrainian society is great, and we should communicate the issues, communicate the mechanisms for justice realization to gain the peace, civilian peace within our country. It should be a frank talk, and we shouldn't forget about it. And we shouldn't be in the focus of amnesia. On the other hand, we shouldn't do some unimportant movement. We should communicate these chances in order to transmit through this talk without any losses and without any new conflicts, which will influence the resilience of Ukrainian society. Thank you. Only now, while listening Mrs. Irena and then Mr. Eugen, who was very transparent as to his experience, and I thought that these 3 days were given some of us. They convince us, please suffer a bit till spring, and so on. And even now, some of my colleagues are astonished. How long is it? They do not confess it. And I remember the first day when at Chrestiatic 26 we were asked to go to the shelter. We were working in the underground in studio. And some colleagues from India gave us a call, and the first question they said, Mr. Kulikov, what are you going to do when Kiev is captured by Russian enemy? Just imagine. And I wouldn't ask Andrei Lyubka what he was asked in Canada. And I wouldn't ask how he convinced Canadians to be admired by Canadian society, but what you learned positively for us internally and from your external side, what you bring to our internal world. I can share only with the translation strategies while doing translation from Ukrainian language. Those who are living in the psychological hardships into human language. And the previous panel, what Mrs. Mariana spoke about, it's okay. I do agree with her. But we speak about the values which we defend from totalitarians. But these strategies are not working. What is important to understand that we should go away from ideological hypotheses and to become to human speech. So we are translated things into human speech. When the infrastructure is bombed, is attacked, then a mother with her kid in her hands with a bottle of water. This is the language they understand. When we speak about the force of civil society, we should advertise how potential Ukrainians support their allies. They know us as people who beg, as beggars, but nobody knows that retired people donate money, spend time, spend extra time, implement into resilience. Nobody know about it, and we should advertise it. And third thing, which is important, one professor used to ask me, whom would you choose, Les Podrivyansky with his rude language, or Lesia Ukrainka, national poetess? And he said, well, we have Lina Kostenko and we have Les Podrivyansky. We are outdated a bit, and we don't confess that Mr. Volodymyr Zelensky had his speech in Congress, and we do not, we shouldn't limit ourselves with this speech. And my friend from military brigade went to France, and he communicated with his French officers' colleagues about his experience, experience they believed in. Just imagine me as a writer come to Paris. They wouldn't listen to me. So we should leave one channel of communication with the Western world. Business people, entrepreneurs should speak to them, doctors on their level, and they will be more effective at their level, more than the statement of official state. So we should learn We should understand what do we need, either to propose our position or to have the result ready. Suppose we would like to focus on the result, please translate needs into human language. Thank you, Mr. Andrei. You are, with the help of images, you put it right. I would translate it into practical phase. We should communicate not only with one language, because English-speaking world exists, French-speaking world, Oriental-speaking world, and the English language is perceived as a language I wouldn't like to mention. So please learn other languages. Still, I would like to reiterate about the roles of our simultaneous interpreters. Thank you to everybody for this discussion. And why I like RPR, because they say that Kuleba is in the hall, and I saw him. So we ask Dr. Dmytro Kuleba, Minister of Foreign Office 2020-2024. Mr. Dmytro, you're welcome.
Dr. Kuleba could not master the microphone. Good evening. When I received a message from the reanimation package of reforms, to be honest, I got a flashback to 2014, Maidan times. Hopes, expectations that everything would happen so quickly, and we could see a group of people with sparkling eyes, but most importantly, they knew what to do. Reanimation package of reforms, and to a large extent they became front men and front women of efforts on reforming post-Maidan Ukraine. And the fact that over the last 10 years you've been working and you brought a lot of results, so you keep organizing conferences, it provokes a huge respect towards the generations of people who were part of this coalition. So my main motivation to come here and stand in front of you was to say thank you. Thank you for these 10 years. Back then I was a simple man, not a reformer, but I appreciate and am grateful for what you've done. As a person who has some experience of working during the war and fighting for democracy, it's also an opportunity for me to sum up where we are standing today. Because the year 2014 was a starting point not only for the Russian aggression in Ukraine, but also for a new understanding what reforms in Ukraine mean and what efforts should look like. And what started after 2022 is a completely new, unique story. So I was messaged and asked how my speech will be called, what's the title. I tried to invent a title using the words you might see on the screen, but it was boring and there was no original idea in it. So I called my speech Solutions for a Wartime Democracy, because you who deal with reforms, officials who are involved in decision making, we all have to offer some solutions. It's one thing to write comments on Facebook, but ultimately we all have to suggest some solutions. So I will try to offer something of that kind. But first, a few observations. Of course, the biggest challenge Ukraine faces today, in addition to the Russian aggression itself, is not to allow the war destroy the democracy we have. It's a serious task as it requires everyday solutions, balancing and taking responsibility, everyday strengthening of the systems of checks and balances, and drawing this thin line which exists between the wartime democracy and ruining democracy during the war. There is no single recipe, no single thing we have to do, and everything will be good. We need to use our intuition here, rely on our values, and we need to believe that if we lose the war of democracy, we will lose the war in general. We might even gain the territory of 1991 and become a NATO member, but it won't change anything. There are some NATO member countries that are not exemplary in terms of democracy. Ukrainian democracy, for me, reminds a tree with strong roots but fragile branches, and the only hope is if we destroy, if a shell, let's say, destroys the branches, the root is strong enough for a new tree to grow. The problem is that it will take time, it will mean lost generations and years. So we must not allow that. Second internal challenge I notice, and you might also see that, it's inertia. We can feel it in every aspect in the war, the attitude of people towards the war and the reforms. So there is this misleading opinion that the worst things are behind us. Now we should not rush, but we must not allow this rationale to stay in our life. We have to be fast in changing our country, because it will have a direct impact on our capacity to win. As someone who spent a lot of time with our partners, I can say two things. First of all, for the absolute majority of them, the combination of words reforms in Ukraine is a commonplace. It's a cliche. They do not understand what reforms we are talking about, why, and we always hear that just don't forget to conduct reforms. It's good and bad at the same time. Bad because the argument about the lack of reforms in Ukraine will be used by certain countries and politicians to halt our movement towards the EU. It will be used actively, systematically, and we need to avoid adding our own arguments to that. Even if we think that our own discourse is pertinent, but we should avoid strengthening these political actors. The same applies to the argument that Ukraine is the most corrupt country of the world. Let's be honest, Ukrainians put significant efforts to transform this brand of Ukraine abroad. And when I tried 6 or 7 years ago to talk about that, unfortunately, in my friendly circles, I was accused saying that everyone should know about corruption in Ukraine, otherwise we will not combat it. Probably, I cannot speak about our past with full responsibility, but we all see harmful and unconfirmed fact that Ukraine, or maybe the interpretation which is not confirmed by the fact, that Ukraine is the most corrupt country in the world. Unfortunately, in conversations with people who promote this argument, we refer to the reports of the European Commission, the International Monetary Fund, who gave us money, and it is not a sufficient argument for others. And fighting these two narratives will be a serious challenge for Ukrainian process of reforms during the war. And the third challenge Ukrainian democracy will face is undoubtedly lack of authority or loss of authority of the ideals of democracy. We won't be able to refer to the experience of those who seemed to be ideal, who seemed to have ideal reputations in the past, because we can see the new challenges in the US, in Europe. They will have to take harsh decisions that will provoke discussions about their own democracies, whether they are following the democratic path, etc. And the last challenge I would like to voice today is, of course, information fragility we exist in. I already gave an example of perceiving Ukraine as the most corrupt Ukraine, and the facts. People are eager to think that everything is worse than it is in fact, and when we speak about reforms with people, with the end beneficiaries of the reforms, we have to remember about that. A big sin, if I may, a big evil is to create a depressive environment for Ukrainian people. And there will be two responsible parties: the leadership, which is not changing Ukraine for the best, and those who, usually within the civil society or in political circles, highlight the negative aspects so that people accept their view in assessment of different events. I'm sorry to say that at this moment, but there are several responsible for the psychological and emotional sides of Ukrainians. Those who spread democracy and those who say that we have never seen corruption as we see it today. The main incentive for reforms is membership of Ukraine in the European Union. Those who imagine this process as real negotiations make a mistake. It will be in most cases about transforming Ukraine according to the requirements of the European Union. Make it a joke in Brussels, saying that Ukraine is reforming faster to comply with EU requirements than the EU reforms to comply with the situation of membership of Ukraine. And it is very important to avoid the situation when Ukrainian accession is manipulated with by those who reform European Union. They might say that they have to decide inside on the agricultural policy and then they will talk with us. And the last thing I would like to say, the war has shown us that reforms should not be a final achievement. It's an everyday silent work people conduct. We often made a mistake and when our advisors had to address all of our issues and all the politicians had to undertake the responsibility, we were forgetting that high quality state, high quality government is high quality ordinary state officials. And we need to strengthen our public service, its institution, because the higher quality of the ordinary middle level of public service, the less need we'll have of external incentives for reforms, because the mechanism will work as it has to. It's also a great misunderstanding to think that many people want us to do reforms. People actually want justice, and not every reform leads to justice. It's important to remember that during the war, when the desire for justice is especially acute. I promised to suggest a solution. I'm running out of time. Sorry if I'm exceeding my limit. I would like to say about 5 things. First, we have to stop doing reforms under external pressure. We need to drop that practice. We have to rely on reforms making use of the support of our partners. Partners, it's good. Churchill used to say that what's worse than allies is their absence. He was right. The strength of Ukraine is inside Ukraine. Money, human resource, even taking into account the huge losses we've seen, the accumulated experience, it's enough already to be able to take care of ourselves on our own. We have to remember our partners have their own interests. There is no charity. And if we think of our partners as a source of strength, they will decide on our future. And at some point, our interests can diverge. And not because of our fault, but because it's better for them. I'm incredibly thankful to our partners. I don't want it to be perceived as a lack of gratitude, but we have to think about the future, and in future we have to build a culture whose strength is inside, and the partners have to complement this strength. So we need to learn how to make reforms on our own. Then we also have to be systemic in our countering the statement that we are the most corrupt country in the world. It's a very harmful narrative we will pay for in future, and we should not add to the story. Of course, there is corruption. We have to fight that. No one says there is no such thing, and people who are sitting in this hall have a lot of communication capacities to do the right thing. Also, we need a lot of reforms, but the key solution is strengthening the rule of law. We have to strengthen the triangle: prosecutors, investigators and judges. For several years we were doing something with investigators, with the prosecutor's office. We might have a perfect court, but if investigators or prosecutors are bad, they will prevail in the court. If we have a bad prosecution office and good investigator, we won't have justice. Until we restore order in this triangle, we won't see any sign of justice in our country. We might win the war, but still people will feel as if they lost. Fourth, we have to strengthen the current state institutions without generating new ones. We have already created a lot of unprecedented institutions in our country. In our state, we have this harmful practice of setting up interagency working groups, councils, advisory bodies, and many other formats that are presented as a solution to a problem. The problems have to be addressed by the current institutions with their functions, capable institutions. And the last thing, optimistic one, I think that the war is a big tragedy, but thanks to the war, Ukraine has completely different status on the world arena. It is now recognized, and it's now time for us to teach how to conduct reforms, so we can teach anyone in the world to do that. Glory to Ukraine. Thank you for your attention.
І, звичайно, якщо це робити
And if we do it easily without any dramatic influence, just calm in the way you did it, we will get success. And while reminding what he said about the level of corruption, one foreigner who worked for Ukraine and who is not business ombudsman, he said that Ukrainian is the world winner as to corruption term usage. Dear colleagues, we finish this event, so I am informed whose ideas do not correspond to their positions. So the event is organized by the coalition of the Reanimation package of reforms along with Democracy Reporting International within the frames of the democracy margin supported with the German Foreign Office the ideas which actually are said during the event does not correspond to the policy of the German Foreign Office, but it reflects your idea, and this is what Dmytro Kuleba said is the main thing, because this is from inside. This is about the knowledge, this is about the impressions, about the community of fates and future we have in front of us. Now I ask to the last word, Olgu Lehman. But before it, I would like to say what Viktor Andreevich Yushchenko said. I thought just about monuments and just think about it once, that in Ukraine, only in Kiev, there is no monument to Tuhai Bay. And what can we do with it? And Olga Limer, you're welcome. Dear colleagues, I started this event today from the provocation, from the question whether democracy wins upon overcomes autocracy, and Lyubka said that this is a just simple question, but we will learn the answer after the victory. And thank you to those who bring us closer to the answers, and Mr. Kuleba finished with his recommendations. And I do agree with this fact that we should work hardly every day. We should work hard every day and to think upon the result, but not about the Facebook photos. So thank you about our partners, to the Center of Political Reforms, to the German Foreign Office, to all the speakers, and would like to name the team who prepared forum. Остап Гнида, Вікторія Дідич, Юрія Микацюк, Олена Геменюк, Вікторія Кричук, Іван Посильний, Наталія Рябчук, Денис Давиденко, Вікторія Штець, Катерина Немилович. Thank you, and we proceed communication in the hall.